Boa tarde a todos. O primeiro de tudo, é um auténtico prazer explicar hoje aqui em Faro, com muitas razões, depois de muitos anos de luta, de pesquisa, luta em comum com a nossa comunidade ibérica. Eu vou falar português por muitas razões, por opinião. Eu tenho a mitad da minha família fica no Alentejo, sou artesano, de certa maneira, também. É a nossa relação com a Península Ibérica, por parte do país muito importante. Depois, na minha apresentação, eu vou estender na ideia principal. A Península Ibérica é um hotspot da biodiversidade. Muito claro, não há tempo para atuar em contexto claro do cambio climático. Sobre o vazamento dos dados de realidade e também dos melhores artistas, como artistas na ciência de isso. Hoje temos o prazer, o privilégio de contar com o professor Javier Castroviejo, um histórico da biodiversidade, da preservação da biodiversidade. Javier Castroviejo, aqui. Mas vou falar e para a inauguração, porque temos problemas de agenda, vou agradecer a Isabel Díaz, vicepresidenta da Comisión Superior de Investigación Científica, da Pesquisa do Consello Superior de Investigações Científicas de Espanha, também o nosso PP, Rodríguez Quintero, José, Rodríguez Quintero, PP, nossos amigos, o vice-rector da Universidade de Huelva, que fica muito próximo da fronteira, também Isabel Campos, a poderosa guerreira, senhora da cooperação transfronteiriça, nova portuguesa também, graças a Isabel. E também Jorge Gomes, o nosso amigo, muitos anos juntos, a nossa cooperação transfronteiriça e também tudo o relativo à consolidação da nossa participação urgente e muito importante e estratégica do europeu no que diz respeito, com realidades factíveis, feitos. No con fantasías. Fantasías para otros. Para Iberville, un aplauso. Ahora. Al final, no último, pero no más importante, yo pinto, Ferreira, unos amigos de batallas también, varias documentaciones de esa tecnología, o principal, organización, em Lisboa, fica na Lisboa, não? Portugal, relacionado com pesquisa. Muito obrigado. A responsabilidade relativa à nuvem científica, tudo relacionado com o nosso negócio, de certa maneira. Bom, isso, agora, o turno, Isabel.
Thank you very much, Juan. I'm sorry, I can't speak Portuguese.
No, I already started in Portuguese right there in
Are you going to proceed? You're going to?
No, I'm going to speak English from now on. Sorry, all the people, I will continue in English.
I understand that this
I
is
will continue in English.
Parliament, so I can do English, yeah?
Please.
So my name is Isabel Díaz. Thank you very much, Juan, for giving me the opportunity to sit in these tables. It's such a good atmosphere of colleagues. And we've been already enjoying EOS yesterday, and it is indeed an honor to inaugurate this session that I've been told that is devoted to strengthen or to prove actually strong collaboration between Spain and Portugal in biodiversity, and that is the reason why all of you are here today to share your research and your future perspectives. And in the Vice Presidency of International Relations, we handle the SQIS, so LifeWatch is under our agenda. So we like to take care of you guys, and please count on us whenever you need anything from the institution, and enjoy your day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I will congratulate you so much for the technical effort from the city supporting us since many years ago. And in particular, I would like to share with you that also it's not going to be today, but it's in the day of tomorrow. Lorena will have here for the city. So, in my past, it's going to be the person in charge of the scientific coordination of the overall diversity. She's based in the NIRMAS, Instituto de Estudios de Agronomía del CSIC in Sevilla, and she's very delighted in taking the leadership of the coordination of the LifeWatch Spain, the LifeWatch Spain. in collaboration with PDVSA, que está venido hasta cuarta feira, PDVSA, LifeWatch Portugal, because the day after tomorrow we are going to focus on new instruments of financing, of funding for all these things. Because let me tell you that there will be a lot of money, a lot of funds, but the idea is to create proper coordination and management mechanisms to do that. And on giant shoulders. Very big. Reality is let's do that. University Faro collaboration with University Puebla and Sastre Tecnología. So Lorena is very related to that university and thank you very much for this. And having said that, I will pass now to the other stream of the table, Joao. It's your occasion, you can speak in any language that you don't like or whatever. So I think the microphone is on.
I think so.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. My knowledge about Spanish is a lot worse than yours for Portuguese, so I will speak in English. So it's a pleasure to be here. We've been in contact several times. My role has been quite small. I intend to be able to increase the resources that this kind of partnerships. That's actually one of the most central missions of my job, is to provide researchers with the tools to do this very important work of research, like this IberLifeWatch. At the same time, so we are here because of the computing resources, but at the same time, FCT, the entity for which I work, the National Funding Agency, is also doing some support for the Portuguese part of LifeWatch, because it's in our national research infrastructure roadmap. So that's the two parts that we are connected with this initiative. So I really hope that in the near future we will be able to provide more resources, basic resources like connectivity, computing, and storage for projects like IberLifeWatch. So thank you.
Muito obrigado. Thank you very much for your kind words, because I must tell you that we are lacking in Spain and Portugal one thing: our marketing. We are extremely good. These two boys are extremely good. You are doing a very good. They only practice the tools working nails. So some of them, now there are Professor Poland, is there, and now everybody is there. We must reinforce them, not reinventing the wheel, and based on the premise to establish all the knowledge based on data, fair data, and everything. So thank you very much for your support. We are open to further communications, collaborations, and let me tell you, congratulations. Because Nelson Lima, who is there, I don't know what is the camera. Hello, Nelson. Nelson will explain later. Another success of the cooperation is how IRRI is being established in Braga, Portugal. It's going to be another ERIC from now on of microbial biodiversity research. And that's very important. For family reasons, he could not come, but he's attending, he will speak later. And I would like to thank you so much. Multiplicado para a nação, Teremposar com Ricardo Miguel, Alaida Ribeiro, Carlos Moedas, Manuel Eito, de todos os colores políticos habidos y por haber, en Portugal, the big collaboration. So now it's a success. Our sisters and brothers in Portugal, together with Spain, and we tell you that the ICT-CORE issues in relation to the collaboration with IRRI are going to be there. So this is, we are, as Saramago said, we are doing the real idea. The center or the macaronesia later, you will see how this is going. Thank you so much. So now it's the turn for our deputy director of the University of Puebla. Thank you for coming. We got a lot of good news to share that later about the cooperation with all the people here, not only funds, but the realities, in particular through the organization and the Real, which can then, but also the rest of them. And for sure, please.
Thus far, I mean, Welcome has been trying to take advantage of our situation to develop this cross-border cooperation. Probably this is one of the reasons why. Well, I should say that a couple of years ago, I hadn't knew what the history was. So it took me some time.
I understand. understand
The
you.
too powerful is a
That's it, because when people asked me about what LifeWatch-ERIC was really, I mean, it was quite passing to me to answer to. So I hope that at some point I will be able to convince people in the University of Huelva, not only, but principal as representative of the University of Huelva, it's my job to do that, and to convince them that there is a window of opportunity, you know, to develop some activities. And well, we also, you know, well, we have some activity that we will take advantage of, and it could be also, I suppose, the hotspot to develop multiple activities, and also how to embed in there all those activities related not only with biodiversity, but other activities, other research fields, and all of them will also be fostered, taking the situation where we are, who we are. And thank you to all this, and say that the future of both of us is promising. So this is why I'm here. I will try to be somehow the connection to connect my because I'm a scientist, but here I am a politician, if you want, and what I need to do is just to make the connection between the scientists and the researchers in the University of Huelva to make all this possible. So thank you for inviting me to be here, and well, I hope that you will be fruitful, not only for us, for all of you, for this Iberian hotspot that you introduced at the very beginning. So thank you. And I hope
Thank you very much. Yeah, and I will tell you something, and this is not something related to our geologist, chemistry, geology. You're coming from the arena, we are coming from the physics, or the computers, we are fans. It's curious because internet just starting first.
no, I was so prepared. I'm so old. I was so prepared.
I saw that. We are always the cutting edge of this cooperation, and we are based on that our success because first of all, in this transdisciplinary system of self-organized complex chaotic system that is life, not like this. You know, it's good to provide these premises are taken out physicists, mathematicians, ICT. So all the criteria is needed for it. And that's why in this year it was research what is a workflow, what is data, what is metadata, we can do this and that. And thank you very much because now the good relations between the University of Faro and University of University of Huelva as well. It's a real thing in many fields such as the marine research. Marine research is magnificent and this is very important. I would like to congratulate all of us because joining with EMSO, I'm not alone, but joining with another person called José Daniel Moreno. We are almost starting in Smart Medusa. The establishment of a cable from Lisboa, Algeciras, Doñana, Las Cañas, Doñana, Palma, Morocco, Syracuse, Sicily, Heraclion, and Istanbul. It will be the biggest cable, submarine cable on marine data worldwide. And this is led by research of Nigeria. And we are very proud to tell you that they will be an intense cooperation with Portugal. In particular through Algarve, Região Central, Algarve, and Alpea, and the rest of the countries, starting by Lisbon, with that plan. It's a surprise that we did this Zoom. But and I propose, I don't know why even if people who have doing this to the ones that we work under the premises of the South Technology, league, and the Consensus of the with the support of the University of Huelva, and they were actually being the facilitator, joining with EMSO-ERIC, European Marine Research by Juan Planning. Like a father to me as well, for so that's the news of this cooperation. And now I would like to pass the floor for with the order to George Gomez. George, Okay, I was okay. That's it. Let's get up for one lap.
Remember that you have to.
So it's a really serendipity that wanted to this table with an algorithm working in quantum chromodynamics.
Oh,
It's very nice surprise thing. So the content of IberLifeWatch is supporting the cooperation between Spain and Portugal. So we are more than in family here. We are where we have to be. So in this sense, we really are willing to support the biodiversity cooperation across the border, north and in the south, and whatever is needed. And welcome to IberLifeWatch, and thanks for joining us in these 3 days here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
It's thanks to people like Holly that we
No, that's because like you heard me. You heard me. No, porque no te notaba, porque ya sabía.
Un poco con los.
Ah, vale, sí. Por favor, Jobs.
First of all, this is the 11th edition of IberLifeWatch, and it's a pleasure to have a Faro Portugal watch here. It has been a collaboration with biodiversity already quite some time. As an example, the GB nodes of Portugal and Spain are on IberLifeWatch, and we are supported on both sides of the border on IberLifeWatch resources. On the one side, we have a formal agreement with the IberLifeWatch node, Portugal, signed, which their equipment is housed in the Portuguese National Computing Infrastructure. The equipment is serving not only the biodiversity community, but even being shared with other communities for the benefit of researchers in Portugal and Spain. And beyond that, we are also now even collaborating with nodes of biodiversity in Portugal and Spain to integrate the information at the initiatives. So it's a project in which IberLifeWatch joined with the nodes of GBT in Portugal and Spain. We are working together to make this information, Iberian information on biodiversity, available from a single entry point. Of course, Iberia is a single biodiversity space.
Absolutely.
There is no sense in having borders. Paris don't know about borders, I guess. And so we are trying to make this information available in an integrated way between Portugal and Spain, and see if this model could even be eventually exported to other countries. So this would be a great contribution. So besides that, we are also supporting here in Portugal users from biodiversity in the context of the Portuguese National Computing Infrastructure. And it's a pleasure always to support your community. So I'm very happy to see you here. And a good meeting.
So, muito obrigado. Thank you very much. By the way, the meeting for the meeting and the system to the uma das milhões de pesquisadores do Ártico, no meio marinho também, nossa IberLifeWatch, porque aqui fica aqui na Olá, ok? Mas agora estamos a falar. No, but I want to check if our concept, permanent concept of a state, of the kingdom of Spain, Enrique Alonso is there. So, Enrique, are you there? Enrique? Emilio, ¿está ahí?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I see.
Please, we cannot see you, but we can hear you. Ahí está, Enrique. Ponlo en pantalla, por favor.
Sí. I'm activating the micro. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. I have difficulty in hearing you, so please flag me out or whatever if you don't hear me correctly. I'll try to speak slowly and briefly because you have quite a very important agenda. By the way, Jose Manuel, if you can put on the brief presentation and I can keep on talking while I do, so that we don't waste time at the same time. Is that okay, Jose Manuel?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Well, while he does that, I want certainly to greet all my Portuguese colleagues. Actually, I don't think I know any of you, which doesn't mean that I shouldn't have known you, actually, long time ago, because actually, since I worked with Portugal to establish the ecological network in Portugal a long time ago in 1995. I have kept on in contact on dealing with marine issues and lots of things, actually, with some universities and also with the Secretary of State and Secretary of Research, actually. While Jose Manuel puts on, let me know when do you put in the screen the presentation. If not, I can start right away. Do you think you'll be able to do it, Jose Manuel?
Yes, he's now showing.
Okay. Okay.
This is by the way.
There you go. You can, yeah, that's it. So I'll let you know, and I'll just tell you, please, next one. That's the idea. This is only just to greet you. And I don't know why, but this time Juanmi told me to try to talk about e-horse, actually, because he's an enthusiast about one idea which I had not too long ago, but that also contributed a lot to foster the collaboration in biodiversity and many more areas, as we will see, all of them related with the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals, concerning the horse, as it sounds. Also equipped, because I know that there are some areas, as we will see in Portugal, in which horses, both in Portugal and Spain, donkeys, asses, are also very important in terms of cultural and probably also biodiversity. Let's go very quickly so that I don't stay more than the 5 or 7 minutes that have been awarded. If you can go to the previous one, Jose Manuel, to the previous one, yeah. Actually, this was, I contributed a lot to this data in looking at, exactly this one, to all these areas where there have been horses, actually, especially horses that traditionally have been part of the landscape and of the ecosystem. Of course, everybody knows that the horses were born or created from Eoicus from North America. They migrated to Eurasia, and as soon as the glacial area stopped, those humans that went to America literally wiped out all the populations. So all the native horses are now in Eurasia, actually, but of course they were transferred also from there to Australia. So the Brumbies are immigrated horses, and in America, although there's some research going on, most of the people now maintain that they were taken there by the Portuguese in some cases, and also by Spain with Columbus, actually, and also to Latin America. But the question is not so much that, but to which extent horses should be maintained or not, especially all the autochthonous species that seem to have been there since the Neolithic, at least since 15,000 years ago, which is when they disappeared from North America and they thrived in Europe, mainly probably through the Przewalski, and from there also in migrations coming from the Eurasians and the Indo-Europeans, all through Europe and also to India, actually. But these are the areas which we located, in which there are wonderful areas to keep on preserving biodiversity. And I wouldn't say that horses are a keystone species there, but they look like as if they were a keystone species. Like that, as you know, is a species that if it disappears, probably the ecosystem will either degrade or at least change. Why do I say that? Can you go to the next one, Jose Manuel? By the way, you see there that in the Iberian Peninsula, all the northern part of Spain, also on the northern part and the border of the border of Portugal, in Viana do Castelo, the district of the northern region, and afterwards all that continues up to Huelva is one of the areas of reservation. Actually, what is funny is that everybody still, probably due to traditions of domestication, actually we'll go into genetics in a minute, it seems that everybody has understood that horses are not part of biodiversity. They're cattle, period. They are domesticated, so it's the area of cattle of the agricultural policy of the European Union, etc. But that's not so true, because in 2008, actually, it was considered by the European Union for the first time, and that's still the case in the latest version of 2020, which is the regulated one, in which we considered in Europe that there are areas in which we have wild horses. I have emphasized semi-wild because in the consolidated version, I don't know why, probably it's illegal under EU law, the word wild has disappeared totally in the articles of the regulation, not in the considerations, in the first reasonings of an explanation of the text in which they still keep on talking about wild. And it is clear that there can be wild areas, and wild areas, of course, have two different meanings. One in which you have normal, modern horses, which are in wild condition, but they are clearly modern horses, the thoroughbreds or the Arabic horses or the Anglo-Arabic horses or the Spano-Arabic horses, certainly, but also, and that's the funny thing, can you go to the next one, Jose Manuel? Also horses that are autochthonous, or what we could call endogamic from the region. There's a big debate, literally, here also it's very clear, actually it concerns Spain. The important thing is that in Spain, literally in 2009, as soon as that started to happen, we saw that there's a possibility not only of, so to say, allowing cattle to free range in those areas, but to include them as one of the main assets of biodiversity. So if you declare a wild area under EU law, you should also declare a biodiversity area, especially if it relates to a horse species that is autochthonous and that traditionally is supposed to have been there for thousands of years. Now, it is true that there's a big debate worldwide about whether there's one single horse remaining in the planet that cannot claim really to be wild, because probably some ancestors sometime in history were domesticated. So even the Przewalski, it's been contested that it is really a wild horse, and so that's the reason why the biologists talk about instead of wild, semi-wild horse. Anyhow, that idea, first of all, is still contested, and I can say that there's a big research now going on in Toulouse of all the horse people, just to double check all the genetics that were done to see really, especially those in that area and also in the areas of the rest of the world where I have said, really they are all what are called modern horses, only 2,000-year-old horses. We know perfectly that there were horses before. You have in Portugal and in Spain a lot of rock art and paintings in caves in which they literally draw horses that are it's been proven that the Neanderthals and the Heidelbergensis and before the Homo ancestor, before the Homo sapiens interacted with horses, ate them, they didn't domesticate them. The question is that when they were domesticated, and it seems that in Spain and Portugal it could have been in Tartessos probably around the year 3000, also the people from Kazakhstan claimed that they were the ones that domesticated, and that was explains all the Mongolian and all the Germanic, so to say, invasions coming from Spain, because whoever had the horses is like Mr. Putin now, whoever has the nuclear weapons, actually. So whenever they rode horses and domesticated, they could literally conquer the world very easily. And you know, that's a big debate. But that's the big genetic now effort going on, just to see whether there's still, so to say, threads of the genetic component and elements and sequence of all those horses that have been in those areas for thousands of years, to see whether they were really old horses, or at least they have maintained some of the phenotype that allows them to claim to be old horses. That's precisely the case of the Garranos in Portugal, in which, you know, they have the Paso Travado, they change pace, and that's the reason why the equitation in northern, or the Portuguese equitation is now being proposed for an intangible heritage in the UNESCO. And also it has to do with the food, the feed that they have, because if you live in the places where the Garranos are, in northern Portugal, in Serra Larga, or in the Pereda Gerês, the national park, the only national park that you have there, they die right away in 2 months, actually. So they are so totally adapted to the grasses and the toxicity of the plants, and they interact that very possibly there's much more history to tell about it. Now, it is true. Can you go to the next one, Jose Manuel? Can you pass, that this idea actually was also surprised, because if you check, and you can also go to the next one very quickly, because I'll leave you the presentation anyhow, if you can double check. Go to the next one also once more, Jose Manuel. Here, before we go, here you see that, for example, the protected breeds in Spain within the regulation of cattle includes certainly the modern breeds, actually, which have true genetics, actually, that's crystal clear. But also there are at least 6 horses in which they are supposedly autochthonous species, by that meaning that they have been present in the Iberian Peninsula since ever, since we know about them, and that's the reason why they are protected as an autochthonous endemic species, and not simply as cattle that might become wild. By the way, it is true that all horses, if you leave them in the wild for more than 6 months, they become immediately wild. They are one of those species that, although you might domesticate them, they don't become feral. They literally become wild again. That's the reason why you have the Brumbies in Australia and you have the Mustangs in America, because although they were domesticated, in less than 1 generation, they become extremely wild for that part. So pass to the next one also for Jose Manuel, sorry. So the funny thing is that if we go to the European Union, in which supposedly there are other countries besides Portugal and Spain in which they should have areas, I was surprised to see that at this moment, only last year, Portugal doesn't claim to have garranos. It says that it hasn't got any semi-wild or wild populations of equids, neither of asses nor horses. Spain didn't have any either. There was some moment in which Galician garranos, they are garranos, just to be sincere, although we use another word for them, the pura raza galega, actually were not there. And many countries didn't have them, even in Hungary, in which I helped them establish in Hungary, or Trobagi National Park, which is a national park dedicated to the Przewalski, like in Bielorieca in Poland, which is the other supposedly other additional species beyond Equus ferus, Equus Przewalski, and then the modern horses. They don't claim to have wild areas, although that's a national park. Why is it so? And it's funny because on the other side you have, in Italy, you have some wild areas, but they are all modern horses. And in the Netherlands, you have 89 areas claiming to have wild horses, but all of them are modern horses that are simply released there for interaction. Can you pass to the next one, Jose Manuel? Now, the reason why that happens is because they have always been considered cattle. So biologists hate horses. They literally hate them. I can tell you a lot of stories, literally, in which actually in 3 national parks in Spain, this summer, another Spain, the biologists didn't care about them, and they simply died, and it was such an outrage. Actually, everybody sort of saying, what the hell are you doing? No, because they are cattle. Actually, we are not supposed even to feed them because we are national park rangers. So rangers are not supposed to deal with cattle. That's a problem of the horse owner, whoever it is. But they say, hey, wait a minute, they are free roaming horses. What are you saying? Now, when going to this area, I've been visiting all the places where there's very, very strong connection. And at least you have, in this area, there are others also autochthonous in Spain, in which you have a lot of populations from the Retuertas from Doñana, which they are located there. They are not connected. But you have on top of it the access for the area which is in the circle below is the area where you have a lot of oh my gosh, this is man, como se dice en inglés, contrabando, actually, so my idea is failing. But you have all the traffic, all the things that arrive to Portugal from Brazil and Africa, traveled illegally to Spain, and from Spain, from the rest of America, traveled illegally to Portugal, and that has happened whenever there has been a big conflict there. And also in the northern part, you have all the rock art and all the garranos exchange. And of course, in the northern part, I would say that it's the same breed, the garranos, actually. So as you see, because what we call the raza galega all the scientists say, sorry, they are Garranos, and even the Potocas that are originally from the Basque Country that are being reintroduced 20 years ago in some areas as in Extremadura are there, and they are free roaming even in the national parks. So there's a big assets there to take into account. Can you pass to the next one? And I'll try to finalize quickly, Jose Manuel. Now, there was a big meeting in Viana do Castelo, because Viana do Castelo, the Polytechnic Institute, and also the region itself is very much interested, pretty much as also southern part of Portugal, more or less around the area of Porto and Lisbon, in the border. There's a very important interest to try to literally examine both the Garranos, because also the Lusitano haplotype C has been the only one proven by the scientists, the joint venture of the IUCN and scientists, to literally have very old genes, that they do exist since certainly before 2,000 years ago. It could have been even up to the 15,000, or from the 15,000 even when you have not only rock art but also paintings. So interacting with Viana do Castelo, with which we are very active, we also have seen that they are very interested not only in recovering this area, but in understanding what's the role in biodiversity, in interaction with other species, mainly the wolf, how does it interact with it, and also the genetics of it when they are born naturally, not the zoogenetics, which are all of them more or less artificially based, but the natural genetics and ethology. Why is Portugal also so interested in this? Could you go to the next one, Jose Manuel? They are very interested, and you have the areas, and even to the next one. I'll leave the presentation for you literally so that you can see, because as you see, there are national parks of Portugal and Spain. Even in national parks, you have a lot of wild population. Now, this is the important one. First of all, because it's been proven that it's an essential element of the environment. With all this idea of the change of the land use that was established by the IPCC, the international body of the Climate Change Convention, and also because of the SDGs, say, hey, what's the role of the horses in maintaining the autochthonous biodiversity? Which are the type of grasses that being autochthonous, because if you change them, they'll die, should be preserved, and we are getting destroyed, what is called the movement of deforestation or degrassation. That's in the new fork to table, from the farm to the fork policy of the European Union. Actually, what's the role of the horse in that area? Are they really something that we should sort of maintain up to the level of carrying capacity, but they are sort of strangers? They are not really wild biodiversity. They are not even biodiversity. We allow them because there are traditions, or there's a big role in biodiversity. And there's a big consensus worldwide that it could be, and that's still to determine. I mean, what's the role in preserving the natural grasses, and especially the combination of grasses and of grasses, and also short trees, the castaños, etc. What's the role? But also the other elements of the SDG are very important. They have become, especially the recuperation or the recovery of equitation, literally not as also as meat, certainly, but that's the case only in some countries as a cultural issue, but also simply equitation per se as an activity for the human person, not only for tourism, but also for education. I mean, the role of horses in equinotherapy. Actually, there have been cases in Spain in which introducing a small horse, a pony, in a hospital, small kids that were in coma for months suddenly more or less have recovered. We still have to double check whether that's false or not, but the scientists and the people in the hospital said that it's true. It's one of the main uses that is being done is try to have especially immigrant women which are at the edge of a nervous breakdown to literally be able to get them reintroduced in society. We have done experiments on women that are literally despaired with monoparental families, their kids in drugs, etc. In only 1 month, they look for jobs, they recover their identity, they recover their self-esteem, etc. And also there are a lot of lower professions which were considered sort of so lower because only the high upper middle class or noblemen sort of ride horses. It's been discovered that this is one of the areas in which you can literally, you invest, literally introduce a new economic sector. The funny thing is neither Portugal nor Spain has done its work. The Institute of Piano Castelo has done it for the first time. What is literally the contribution of the horse per se and the equine, both wild and domestic, to biodiversity and to the national product, and it is astonishing because all these consideration and of course the SDGs in which you have to take into account that sustainability now includes environmental factors, and it also includes biodiversity per se and the grasses and where they do feed, and also of course it includes the social factor and the economic factor. So that part is becoming increasingly important, actually, especially for tourism, and have in mind that it needs some investment as an infrastructure, because of course it's not the same to go from Huelva to Santiago, getting in and out of Portugal on a horse than doing it in a four-wheel drive or even walking. It's totally different. The infrastructure that you need to have is much more important. Also, it has become, in many areas of the world, one of the most important elements of the indigenous community. We are working a lot with Native American tribes. We'll get to that in a moment. They are essential elements of animal cognition because the horses, as we know them, are horses that we look at them and have been trained and have been literally submitted to domination. Now we have to maintain wild populations simply because animal welfare, even animal rights in some cases, say that this is an important factor in the economy, and we have, if we don't maintain wild populations and observe how they behave on their natural environment, it's impossible to claim that that's natural behavior. There are very important issues dealing with genetics, both in the area of prehistory genetics, actually, in which are the traits, and even if the modern horse is becoming one that is so specialized, like with the food, literally, and the FAO and on this movement going on about if we keep on having only one crop, which is the more commercial important crop, the genetic components of the wild population will disappear, and then we might have simply an event in which suddenly all the wheat or the soya disappears. With the horses, it's the same. We need to maintain them also for genetic population, that to see both for behavior, both for the economics, both for tourism, and also tourism and other sectors of the economy, but also as very important elements of cognition, literally just to see in genetics what's the difference in behavior and why is it that they are so adapted to this area before they disappear, because all of them are in very strong danger of disappearing. Okay, and of course, culture and biology. Allow me to tell you one very simple thing. If culture per se keeps on being defined as a creation of humans which has absolutely no connection with the human as an animal, which we are, that's not culture. That's been very clearly now seen. We know by studying primates, I'm also part of primatologists, etc., that the behavior that we have as humans, I mean, without getting into genetic determinism, is very important. So culture needs to be also connected with biology and the behavior, and see, because if not, we might fail in such, I mean, even in maintaining the human species in the world. Okay. So all these values are essentially also the maintenance of the high value rural areas is of essence. Now the question is, if we go to the next one, is okay, so what has this to do with IberGrid? If you look at all these ideas, literally what we are now at the edge of doing by creating eHorse, which is an idea that Kwame had with us a long time ago, say, hey, wait a minute, the digital world, the modern database, the data analysis, etc., in this case is of essence. We tend to think that we have data about all the resources. Sorry, we don't have data. And that's the big problem, literally. You look, for example, which is the market for animal nutrition. In cattle, in Portugal and Spain, horses don't exist. We see what's the movement of food or feed for sheep, for goats, for cows. But there are no data about what's the real movement and what does it imply for the economy. You need big data. You need satellite tracking. You need, because of course, all these wild areas, they might create problems for simply the highways, etc. So you need to have them fully self-controlled directly. So the digital world is investing a lot all over the world in following, in tracking them, and being sure that that's that. So all this high list of ecosystem services is the reason why the program that probably Juanmi has already introduced you to, the regional programs of Andalusia, also in Extremadura, and we had only in March the first wild area declared officially a wild area of Potocas, only a month ago, in March. It's going to be 8 months next month. Because we had them declared, and if we don't apply all the techniques that LifeWatch is improving, methodology, BREs, virtual research environments, and metadata interoperability, it will become impossible to literally act and get into the benefits of interacting with horses. And I think if you go to the next one, I think it is, and it includes also the 5 domains and the transnational ethics, animal ethics, because they are of essence, the horses, literally. In Spain, by the way, legally they are considered companion animals if the family wants them to consider companion animals, pets also. That's very exceptional. Very few countries have that. So the place where it is located, it's a typical production animal, it's cattle, but for the persons, if you have that because you want your daughter to be and recreate, that becomes a companion animal. So can you pass to the last one, Jose Manuel? So can you pass it to the last one? This is just to tell you that this is not only an IberLifeWatch program. We are already in contact with Native Americans, especially we help them create them in the Schenige wedding, a new area, by demonstrating that no white men have been there in that place where they have that tribal place, and the Supreme Court of Canada has declared that they have sovereignty because Canada has not proven Canada as a Western country even to put a single step in that area ever, literally. So we are cooperating with them a lot. Literally, of course, all the American in the University of Colorado, just today, there's a seminar in Utah, and we have some students there located on the Mustang area, but also the eastern coast, the Asetagi National Park, the Sable National Park, actually, which were horses from the first expeditions that were released there, and northern Georgia, there's also wild population. Latin America is very interested, not only Peru, Argentina, etc., and also Venezuela. Probably here the circle, which I did this morning very quickly, it's a little bit too much to the left. So Venezuela and Brazil are also very much interested. In Europe, you have Central Europe also with the Euroviets, etc., and the British with the ex-Moorland and the Celtic pony, which are very interested. In Namibia, also because they are remnants of what comes, hasn't been introduced, but still also, especially in Australia with the Brumbies, in Japan, in which you have 5 national parks, in which you have special autochthonous breeds, literally there. Also in northern India, Nepal, and also in Mongolia, actually we are a little bit displaced as circles. We are already in contact with them because that's a big trend to do it. Cooperating with all this data management and creating the exchange through e-horse, like a sort of infrastructure that will allow all the people who are interested in all these areas that I've been telling you to get much more data and do experimentation with digital data. I mean, within the goals for which LifeWatch was created. I think that this is the last one. If it came, I won't go farther along because I was supposed to have been more brief, but I hope that you find it. By the way, this is Viana do Castelo, this is Portugal. So any of you wanting to come with me and then enjoy yourself seeing the garranos and the wild population, they are literally taking pictures. You cannot see them. This picture is wrong because they are taking pictures of the garranos worldwide. And believe me, there's a big attempt to try to contribute, especially in Serra Larga and Guerreiro Pérez in the National Park of Portugal, to make them an important asset, also as part of the contribution. Of course, the garranos and also the lusitanos are involved in the national heritage proposed to UNESCO, but that's equitation rather than that. But that's the last picture, just so that those Portuguese that have not been doing this are literally sort of encourage you to do it. You will enjoy it. Literally, I can put you in contact with the people in Llano del Castelo, the Northern District, that are working very hard. Sorry for having wasted so much time, and I excuse myself and apologize for the time taken, but I hope it might be minimally convincing whether we should get into e-horse or not, especially in Portugal and Spain because of the assets that we have there in biodiversity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Enrique, because this has been a presentation, and I will be very brief in the conclusions, if I may. Now that João is here, João Nuno Ferreira, from the Southern Centre de Tecnologia in Portugal, eu acho que there is a lack in this cycle in one of the slides. Please go to this slide. There is one. So, the idea is inviting us, okay, another cycle. This is the idea. Cooperation on e-horse. The transborder area. That's the conclusion. This is the very clear location that we are here. Thank you very much, Enrique. It was an honor to honor you on this presentation. We were, thank you very much for the allusion because we were just fighting a lot for this project to came. Later you will listen something similar from Professor Javier Castroviejo. Very interesting later in relation to that. But previously, you know, Professor. Now we are going to thank you very much, Enrique. Now we want to pass the floor to.
Let me tell you Faro, because I have another one I might connect later, and later tell them that I'm not at all a specialist and I don't have horses. So believe me, I know much more about marine biodiversity and other types of biodiversity than about horses. So don't think that I am sort of one of those reductionist people that are involved in that. As I said, I do studies in climatology and many other areas, especially in law and policy concerning biodiversity worldwide. Because people tend to think that I'm interested because of some special interest. No, sorry. I'm interested because of biodiversity per se. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Enrique. And having said that, we are going to pass the floor now to Francisco Pando de la O, who is very tight on time, and he's connecting. He's the coordinator of GBIF, Global Biodiversity. No, in Spain, that journey with Rui Figueira, who is the coordinator of IberLifeWatch Portugal. They're going to introduce a common presentation. Francisco Pando from Jardín Botánico, Royal Garden Botanic Garden, and Rui Figueira, del Instituto Superior de Agronomía de la Universidad de Lisboa. And they're going on a journey to Francisco Pando to make the presentation. Paco?
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Yeah.
Excellent. Glad to be here. So as Juan has just introduced me, I'm the node manager, the coordinator of the Spanish GBIF node, and this is a joint presentation with my colleague from Portugal, Rui Figueira. And during the next 5 minutes, I'm going to go very quickly, but I hope that in an understandable way, about what we do and the connection with IberLifeWatch. So, slide. Yeah, what is GBIF in one slide? GBIF stands for Global Biodiversity Information Facility, and it is an international network and data infrastructure. It is supported by the countries that are members, and the aim is to provide accessible biodiversity information from everyone for everyone. GBIF started in 2001, so it's one of the senior or long-standing scientific information facilities in terms of biodiversity. And right now, GBIF is serving over 2 billion biodiversity records coming from the institutions of its members and some other collaborating institutions. And the point to highlight here is that it's an infrastructure that is very much used. The number of downloads by month is more than 100 billion records. So what or how GBIF makes a difference? Well, if you compare GBIF to other biodiversity research infrastructures or data repositories, we can say that all the metadata from the thousands of data sets connected to the GIF network are standardized, that are indexed according to a common schema, but not only the metadata, but also all the records. Any one of those 2 billion records can be searched, and the result is that those over 75,000 databases can be queried by any user as if it were just one data set. What is more, all those data sets are identified by a DOI, a Digital Object Identifier, and that provides traceability in both directions. The data providers know how the data set is used, so they can have an idea of the impact the data they are publishing is having, and then the data users know the provenance of the data and assess the quality and know the characteristics because of the information provided through the metadata profiles. And what is it is more, all the data sets are provided under a common license schema, which is Creative Commons, using the 3 of the 2 more open licenses, and they are provided in a way that are also machine readable. So a user can filter according to the context of the use what data set can use and not. And in that regard, we can say that GBIF is at the forefront of the FAIR data principles. Okay, what we have done, which is the core of this very small talk, but we done together GIF Portugal and GIF Spain. Well, besides having a continuous contact and helping and asking each other all the time about a wide range of issues, we collaborated in the context of an ERANET lab project, along with some more colleagues from Argentina, Brazil, Costa Rica, and France, in building a common understanding on the data structure and the data context for biodiversity. That was the project called Copy of Plat that finished in 2016. As I mentioned, GBIF, its objective is to bring together biodiversity data from any data streams, and one of the most interesting is data on biodiversity coming from the private sector. And we had a special project supported by the GBIF Secretariat in Copenhagen, in which we get together with companies about the involvement with biodiversity data, either in terms of making environmental impact assessments or just involved in restoration projects. So the result is that now we have some million records coming from the private sector. And again, this was a collaborative project done with colleagues from, besides Portugal and Spain, with Colombia, France, and Norway. And then about the data portals that provides biodiversity data in context for Portugal and for Spain. As a result of the previous agreements and discussions and explorations, we built our portals using the same back-end infrastructure in terms of databases, software, connectivity, algorithms, visualization systems, all that. And with this, I get to the now and to the future, in which we are working in a EGI project, which is the EGI Advanced Computing for Research, specifically working in the data spaces. And in that context, we are aiming to build a common portal integrating the biodiversity information of Portugal and Spain, plus environmental layers such as climate layers or type of soil or land use and others. So with combining that information, the one coming from biodiversity and the one from the environmental domain, we can provide answers in terms of, for instance, determining the path of entrance of invasive species, and also to provide a more holistic and biogeographical working environment for research and policy. And with this, I finish my presentation, just letting to you the idea that GBF is much more than data. It's just the communities, it's the standards, the developing, all the work that we do in terms of training and capacity building, etc., etc. With this, I finish. Thank you very much.
No.
Thank you very much, Paco. As I told before, on giant shoulders, and you both, Rui and you are real giants. Humble and giants, because we did your best, not only at the Iberian level, but also at Latin American Caribbean. To combine a plan, it will be an lot of initiatives. And we are very likely we had a meeting in Madrid. I don't know, what's yesterday? What's yesterday? Oh, in Madrid, and so was very positive. That the big plus Iberian
Yo quiero señalar. Y también pasarle la
Portugal, and well, in the CEO, I'm not Spanish, I'm international. So, but talking in the Iberian context, the importance of it's special. So thank you very much, Francisco.
Thank you.
I'm talking about the giants and historical stakeholders. We're very honored to come today on the attendance and participation of Professor Javier Castroviejo Bolívar, who is younger than many of us here. I recognize he's more energetic, got more energy than many people here. But and he's going to introduce the cooperation, transboundary cooperation, Spanish-Lusitanian, for the conservation and the study of the biodiversity. So over to you. It's up to you. The camera is here, Professor. You can stand or you can sit down. So the camera is here. The camera is here. So you came here. Okay. So thank you. You can Spanish, Portuguese, Gallego, maybe.
Muchas gracias.
¿Lo vas a poner un micrófono mejor? In the meantime, Nelson, the idea is after Magister presentation from Professor Javier Castroviejo, I will introduce the main aim of this meeting today, although it makes sense, and then I will pass you the floor, okay, Nelson, for the connection with Miri.
Okay, thank you.
Gracias por haber invitado por tener la ocasión de hablar con los colegas portugueses. Como gallego yo me crié casi en Portugal y los felicitaba de São Niño, Porto, Chávez, más cerca aquí a la colonia. Vamos a ver.
Disculpad, no se escucha bien.
Vamos a ver.
Javier, mejor póngase aquí más cerca del micro este.
El micrófono es este.
Sí, yo creo que mejor.
Los artilugios son preocupantes. Bueno, o sea que usted puede irse donde quiera, pero no se mueva de aquí.
Sí, exacto.
Es la maravilla de la coherencia humana. Estupendo. Ahora sí. Ahora me oigo.
Estupendo, estupendo. Muchas gracias.
Voy a hablar aquí en Portugal, que es casi mi casa. El norte por mi infancia gallega y el sur porque largos años en Doñana, pues esto era algún feque o da Doñana. No sé si es como pasa al siguiente. Bueno. Me voy a dirigir a dar prioridad a posible cooperación, porque me dijeron que hablar aquí como la sido en Galicia la cooperación con el norte, con Galicia, pero claro, la cooperación en áreas de la naturaleza no se puede circunscribir a un trocito, a una corriente marina sigue, los árboles migran, y entonces se tiene el concepto de dar prioridad al noroeste, pero sin olvidar el resto porque es imposible. Ámbito geográfico de posible cooperación. Macaronesia, Cabo Verde, Canarias, Valles, Madeira y Azores. Y los ámbitos de cooperación aquí son interesantísimos y enormes. Desde cetáceos, vertebrados endémicos, las aves marinas, los proceduraliformes, las especies paleárticas nidificantes o que viven allí, por ejemplo, la becana, la centroeuropea, la galiñola, etc. Allí vive, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. La codorniz, número de poblaciones extrañas que no se sabe si migran, si es una subespecie. Los corredores biológicos, otro ámbito de cooperación geográfica. Tenemos los ríos. Yo tengo que referirme, claro, en el noroeste, al Miño, Silco y estuarios de la Maravilla, biogeográfica y de cultura, al Duero, al Tajo, y uno que me olvidé, no en la cabeza ni en el corazón, pero sí en ponerlo, que es el Liña, que une los montes de Orense, constituyen las lagunas mayores de España, más única de altura, que es la laguna Mantela, a casi 100 metros, y llega por un corredor importantísimo. Después, las cadenas montañosas, a punto al norte, claro. Xerés, Montesiños, Montes de León, Ancares, Altosí. Los corredores del río Sil y del río Miño. Y, por supuesto, también el sistema central, la sierra está muy toda esa grande cosa. El sistema central, hombre. Estrella. Y otro ámbito de cooperación importante es la fachada atlántica. Claro. Desde las Islas Isarcas a las Maclancas, con toda la plataforma que viene de Bretaña y de una enorme importancia para la plataforma marítima para la biodiversidad. Como lo veremos, ahí hay una ruta migratoria y poblaciones estables de cetáceos que dio lugar a una serie de factorías bayoneras en toda la costa gallega. Eso permite los quizás de esas plataformas que se puedan observar cetáceos de Cabo Espichel, porque no se desparte eso, y llega desde Gibraltar donde había otra factoría bayonera. Y luego, con los fondos volcánicos elevados de plataforma, la fascinante odisea de los pescadores, no pescadores, cazadores de cachalotes o arpón portugueses, de estudio hasta 1987 y que no hubiera suprimido. Pero en fin, estos son los ámbitos geográficos. Lo siguiente, por favor. Temas comunes, en mi opinión, de enorme importancia. Incendios. Y la asignatura pendiente, la prevención. Entre las muchas alegrías y algunas saludables que compartimos con Galicia y Portugal, que somos tierras eucaliptizadas. Eso quiere decir que es eucalipto filófito que se queman cantidades inconcebibles de hectáreas cada año y sin relevo. El eucalipto, además, estamos degradando el suelo, la hoja, esto hay que abordarlo con serenidad. Habría que ver, en vez de los millones y millones que se emplean en la extinción, con microaviones, aviones, pilotos, cuánto de eso no sería más rentable emplearlo en cabras, pollinos, pastores, vacas, etcétera, que no tuviese el monte limpio. Especies icónicas, que lo voy a contar. La butarda, el buitre negro, que gracias a la cooperación y al corredor del Tajo, ya cría en Portugal, en la imperial, el lince, el lobo, al cual debemos mucho los humanos, el perro, y el oso, que ya por los programas de conservación en el oeste de Asturias, oeste de León, ya es casi vecino de Montesiños. Ese parque natural de zona biosfera encima de Bargados, ahí da casi a Puebla de San Ángel. pronto llegará al Jerez y a comedia preparar la población. No es un santo, despide colmenas, deja las castañas, asusta a las viejas. Sí. Ya hemos enamorado por 30 veces, pero les asusta con las criaturas, no tan de mercaderas. Después, es muy importante, en cooperación, en trabajos conjuntos, las especies eurosiberianas y, bueno, europeas, que con los glaciares se refugiaron en el Pirineo, la Cordillera Cantábrica, en el norte de Portugal. Luego, estas especies aguantaron allí el frío cuando habían desaparecido del resto de Europa, de Eurasia, como el urogallo o los robles. Y luego, a partir de los stock ibéricos, recolonizaron Europa. Somos una especie de nodriza de los robles que tanto veneran los ingleses o los alemanes. Y las especies estas, pues, en Portugal llegan las charrelas o las disparan, en Chaves, que no llaman charrelas, pero en Pardilla, llegan los armiños, pero llegan los marcas. Ganadería extensiva, bueno, pues esto es vital. Por el papel cultural de la raza y por el papel de la ganadería en mantener los ecosistemas, la función de los ecosistemas. Es decir, transportar semillas, cuando se muere es un chorro de proteínas para los predadores, piensa en algo que no se puede pensar. El cadáver de una vaca, lleno de larvas de mosca que repuntan, la proteína de la larva de mosca y la cantidad de miles de litros que incorpora al año. Y que tenga se cargan los quirópteros y los mecejos. O sea, no es una brincadera de la ganadería extensiva, ni muchísimo menos. Luego hay otro papel importantísimo, que es la ganadería, aparte de que mantenía los mosaicos forestales que son garantes de la biodiversidad y una cierta densidad, evitaba la matorrealización y los incendios, pero también tenía un aspecto cultural, que son las brayas, esas trashumancias donde van en los pastos de verano en la montaña y donde van también Extremadura. Y también el mantenimiento de estos pastos que probablemente heredaron nuestro ganado neolítico de los pastos que habían contribuido a abrir la megafauna, es decir, caballos silvestres, bisontes, uros, con todos sus predadores, que adaptaron los cazadores neolíticos por determinados. Entonces, este grupo de estas razas de ganado, de alguna forma sustituyeron las funciones ecológicas de la megafauna que son indispensables en cualquier ecosistema. Los prejuicios de quejar una vaca con pulgar, no hay ecosistema importante, y menos las sabanas, que no tengan sus miles y miles de grandes herbívoros. En Europa, con rewilding, se está intentando en España y en éxito reintroducir algo en bisontes europeos, 15 partes de España, en el caballo de peces. Otra, las especies o poblaciones de especial interés científico, económico o amenazadas. Otra cosa muy especial que compartimos en Galicia, o en Portugal y Galicia, o en Lusitania y Galicia. Amigos portugueses, Portugal. Portus Gali, el puerto de la Galia. Galicia. Galia francesa. Los romanos tuvieron un buen ojo de saber dónde estaban los celtas. Y son todas las palabras que empiezan por los finisterres, Cornualles, el cuerno de la Galia y los cabos finisterres. Lo hay en Galicia, lo hay en Bretaña y lo hay en Cornualles, que se llama en inglés, ¿no? O sea que un conjunto cultural de forma de sentir la vida, de un paisaje, es algo lo que no han logrado diluir los hilos. Entonces, ejemplo del caballo del monte. Y Garland es todavía los empleados ingleses para definir un caballo rústico. Entonces, lo que hace extraordinario estas poblaciones es que somos los únicos, bueno, aguantan el invierno con la nieve. Pueden alimentarse de tojos y de plantas de monte sin un tipo de pienso. Y están bajo una presión, una selección continua de los extraordinaria. Y antes claro, no han perdido una sabe costumbre que es defenderse del mundo. O sea, a una tropa de caballos do monte galegos, caballos do monte de Portugal, no le entran los lobos. Vienen a mordiscos, manejando, buscando coces, y matan potros, que son benéfica, balsámica, función selectiva. Pero esto hay que conservarlo y se está perdiendo. Está perdiendo por la burocracia europea y intentar poner a estos animales chíclicos como si fueran cerdos de granja. Los polinizadores, los demás, lucían. Nos quedamos sin ellos. Ya no son las abejas, sino todos los abejorros y los bombis que polinizan el campo, que desaparecen. Para la Unión Europea es uno de los ecosistemas más diversos de Europa. Y tiene un interés cultural, ahora veremos la foto, y aplicado y biológico enorme. Humedales, que les voy a contar. Teniendo la laguna delantera al norte, Doñana cruzando al sur, las albuferias intermedias y los estuarios. Bueno. Yo les daría especial importancia, si se puede, son espacios cuyos administradores o difíciles de tratar, los garranos a veces, ir a la Red Natura 2000. ¿Por qué? Porque hay muchos. Y es probablemente el único espacio protegido, al menos en España, cuyas leyes se respetan. Porque está la Unión Europea de estas y otras muchas de abril. O sea, yo, el actuar para mejorar la estructura, la biodiversidad, los indicadores de la red Natura 2000 debería. Después, hay que elaborar, como va a ser la administración, una batería de indicadores que nos permitan, de alguna forma, diagnosticar el estado de las áreas protegidas. Esta reclusión a hacerlo indica ya mucho del estado de las áreas protegidas. A veces se ve más fuera, pero yo no cejo. Y después hay que apurar los fondos europeos gigantescos que hay para la restauración de ecosistemas. Lo siguiente. Aspectos que yo considero importantes, horizontales, o sea, que toquen cualquier actuación. Que se tenga en cuenta el patrimonio cultural. Es una emanación muestra de la sinergia en la que la evolución con los humanos. Y el inmaterial, hablo de nombres vernáculos, topónimos, tradiciones, usos tradicionales, etcétera, etcétera. Y el patrimonio geográfico. Que los equipos sean multidisciplinarios. Hay que meter a los geógrafos, a los economistas. Es obvio que cualquier parte de la naturaleza que no dé beneficios la destruye quien da beneficios, a los juristas y a un biólogo despistado. Después, es vital para mí el material de difusión. Enseñar continuamente películas, documentales, vídeos, rodajes continuos. Dedicar el fondo de verdad esto. Y después, por supuesto, tener un enfoque integrador, ecosistémico y evolutivo. Vamos a pasar algunas diapositivas. Bueno, mire, lo que yo les decía. Ven ustedes a lo largo de la costa de África, de todo Portugal, de la cornisa cantábrica que se mete al norte de la plataforma continental. Ese es el foco de productividad y de vida. Ahí están, a ver si esto tengo suerte. Estos rojos son las victorias balleneras, que no se cerraron porque no era ballena, sino por la presión internacional y porque ya no es rentable. Por aquí, en las Azores, emergen los bonitos del norte, van de superficie así, desaparecen aquí hasta el año que viene. Y luego la cantidad de aves marinas que invernan o nidifican. Aquí es enorme, porque la productividad es muy alta. La siguiente, por favor. Bueno, la siguiente. No, esa es. Mire, este es el río Miño. Este viene del Sil. Y este es el río Miño. Aquí estará Llerés, aquí está Montesinos. Por el Sil, para abajo, desde aquí, el gran corredor, vienen osos, lobos, y probablemente pasaron hace unos milenios armiños, charrelas, etc. O sea, y en las montañas del norte está esta zona tan interesante del portuguesa, ibérica, que luego algunas de estas especies, esta es una gran zona de endemismos, usando los corredores atlántico y un clima, bueno, se metió por el sistema central, donde hay también poblaciones, pero yo le doy una importancia a este tema. Investigar la biogeografía y cómo las especies compara estas con las de otras partes del Pirineo o, es importantísimo, otras montañas meridionales o elementos antárticos que están entre Grecia y Bulgaria. También diría que esto es una zona importantísima de paso de la siguiente, por favor. No, anterior o... No, a ver si... Los cetáceos de las Azores, muchos están, que son de Macaronesia. Sí, hombre, toda esta gente es sus islas, o dice no son de su isla, tiene su cabildo, tal, pero el conjunto hay que tomarlo. El gran corredor, la gran mancha de la Macaronesia. Está en azul, el cual común, y este que era por lo tanto, de la epopeya de los pescadores. Lo siguiente. Tiene un cachalote. Siguiente. Un arponero de Azores, arponero un cachalote, ganando la vida. Siguiente, por favor. Siguiente. Esta es la familia bayonera en Portugal. Siguiente. Un poco más veces el siguiente. Sí, pasa. Ya. Un árbol de cerrado de vacas, un árbol de madera. Siguiente. Aparte de el salmón que llegaba al niño y llega. Todo este mundo septentrional que se metía a los confines centras. La siguiente, la lamprera. Todavía abundante en el niño, pero poco estudiado, ha desaparecido por la lengua de alquiler, por la contaminación, el desastre que hay allí. La siguiente, y estas son las construcciones probablemente prerromanas que llaman pesqueras en Portugal para capturar lampreas. En el niño, largo. Siguiente, por favor. Es decir, para lo mismo. Siguiente. Estos los garranos están felices en el monte, mal peinados y no tienen su hábitat. Las praderas, las turberas, los brezales. La siguiente. Siguiente. Esto es el caballo de la retuerta. Niño. Los verdaderos caballos de la retuerta los exterminó la administración del parque. Esto tiene, tiene mucha cosa genética y una cierta morfología. La siguiente. Ahí está. La siguiente. Siguiente. Y esta es una maravilla que, en cambio, nuestros amigos portugueses supieron conservarlo. El caballo de la Sorraya. La Sorraya es la confluencia de los ríos So y Raya, el estuario del Tajo. Es otro caballo casi estepario, carnerado, era de tuerta, rústico, y que además mantenía, aquí se ve un poco todavía, las encerraduras, o sea, las rayas que tienen las cepas. Este se salvó. Probablemente hay muchos stocks por el espacio, incluso en Alemania, pero habría que hacer un gran parque y reintroducirlos que donde estáis, donde se originaron allí. Siguiente, por favor. Mira qué bonito. sobre la cabeza de carnero, muy rústico, un cuello delgado, a puerta. No se hierra, no hay que coger algo, lo único que saben para coger algo. Lo siguiente. Y esta es una historia extraordinaria, y se lo digo a los amigos portugueses por si conocen algún dato o algún hasta el siglo XVII en España, en la península ibérica, vivió equino silvestre llamado el cebo, portugués y español. Y cebo cerca de la raya. Y ocupaba desde Albacete, desde el Mediterráneo, hasta el norte de Europa. Siguiente. Esa es la que de un perpán. No se sabe siquiera la especie cierta porque no se conserva nada en las economías. Por antes son ecosilinginos y cuando los navegantes extraordinarios portugueses y españoles también iban a África y decían, pero cebra, claro, y te dieron la palabra cebra. Y si nube, cebra, ni bantú, ni africano no quiere ser. Es lo que. Lo siguiente. Estos son los topónimos de cebra. Piedra finta, cebrero, todos esos nombres. Y este es el área, a ver la siguiente. El área, está tan terna que no se ve la península ibérica, y como fue reduciéndose el área, la última población, no es el 16, fue el 17, para lo mataron. ¿Y por qué lo mataron? Porque hacían de los cultivos, y sobre todo porque preñaban las yeguas y los otros no. Es un buen motivo porque disminuyó la población de los retorteros. Y no hay, si algún amigo de Portugal sabe una referencia, o aparece un pelo, de huevo, una pezuña, y sacaría la siguiente. Un éxito de la cooperación. Los buitrenecos que quedan en Portugal. Siguiente. La siguiente. Un buitreneco joven amenazando. Los nidos son de tal tamaño que un amigo mío en el Garzón hizo mucho, de hecho fue el que consiguió el parque nacional de Confranca. El día gala, de 2007, un nido de buitreneco, que me sorprendí, de 1,90. Yo le siento un susto porque una buitre se le puso encima. Me metía a pegar el nido, ¿no? Sí, extraordinario. Lo que no da la naturaleza no lo da. Siguiente. De los temas a estudiar es las migraciones de aves. Y no solo de aves. Sí, de aves. Ahora, hablando de cetáceos, de peces, las aves. Las poblaciones del oeste de Escandinavia, islas británicas, oeste en buena medida, todos los Países Bajos del Mar del Norte, siguen la ruta del Cantábrico, algunos lo cruzan derecho, Orla, Galicia, y van en un extraño zigzag de miel, reflejo, de terror y de atracción a lo largo de la costa portuguesa, y luego parece que cruzan de Tacto de Cádiz, por Gibraltar, y se va luego. Esto es un patrimonio que sobrepasa con mucho, por eso decía, voy a hablar de la cooperación luso-gallega, y más. Sobrepasa con todo, pero el centro de bienestar dentro de este estilo. La siguiente parte. Y después la cultura. Esto es lo que se llama en gallego y portugués foscos los lobos. Son enormes muros que son trampas donde se iban ojeando los lobos y se acorralaba que al final caía en este granito. Y por ende se cazaban otras cosas. Y hay varios en Galicia, en Zamora, en León. Bueno, la cultura, a fin de cuentas, es una reacción o una coevolución del hombre menos se puede olvidar. Y menos como estamos en el Mediterráneo. Bueno, los que creíamos en la noticia, que la naturaleza naturaleza virgen no existe. Y antes de que tuvieran los humanos, había neandertales. Los neandertales dominaban el mundo. Y entonces, ya desde hace 400.000 años, para hacer la guerra, para alimentarse, para aumentar la productividad. El fuego es consustancial, tenemos que echar leña al monte como caliente cosas, sin cuidar los pinos. Pero, ¿qué quiere decir? Digamos, el impacto positivo o negativo al hombre y a la naturaleza, vivimos los sapiens hace 60.000 años aquí, siguiente. Otro remate de Fosos los Lobos, el siguiente. Bueno, hablaban de los nuestros deriva de un término gaélico, deriva para como arreglo, hay muchos nombres. Y estas son las variedades de montaña. Donde yo le digo que empiece nuestro proyecto de comercio del Chile, pues aquí hay mucho oso y gallo. Son las cabañas aquí se cuidaba el ganado en verano, paisajes que, si no es idílico, no parece. ¿Sí? Una braya en invierno. Siguiente. Un gallo, que es un bosque que es otra joya del norte, los bosques de abedul primarios. Siguiente. La gallina, un bosque de acebo, donde se protege aquí, esto es un pie de abedul. Siguiente. La charreña, la chacra, la principal. Que hay que estudiar. Siguiente. El oso, muy frecuente. Un ciudadano más. La siguiente. Y el oso pisando los ojos. En un trozo que aquí vive una amiga. Y esto es un piorno. Los piornos. Y aquí se hay un pastizal que estropearon con carbón. La siguiente. Bueno, otro ciudadano del norte que llega, porque es la marca. Que se diferencia de la garduña porque el vaquero naranja está bien de su nombre de Siberia. Lo siguiente. Y nuestro amigo y favorito lobo, al cual tanto debemos, y el cual, pues ahora, al fin, España tiene cierto interés en aplicar las leyes, pues, y en Portugal está tranquilo, y en España, pues, creo, un endemismo, la liebre del piornado, pariente, por lo visto, de la liebre nórdica, y la que se vuelve para aquí en invierno, y ven ustedes este ejemplar como empieza a blanquear las mejillas. Pero bueno, como decimos separadamente, es una especie de libro. ¿Siguiente? Bueno, muchas gracias.
El primer aplauso del día. Fíjate. Muchas gracias. Esa es la biodiversidad.
¿Qué tal ustedes? Todos. No nos dejen bien.
De biodiversidad. Y es un honor haber contado porque esa lista la hemos fotografiado de una manera sencilla para que se sepa qué es lo que hay que hacer en la cooperativa. Porque muchas veces, empezando por servidor, ¿vale? Servidor, humildemente, y lo digo mirando la cámara de aquí, me olvido a veces lo que es la biodiversidad. Muchas gracias por recordarnos qué es la biodiversidad.
Mi querido
porque a veces se
director.
nos olvida.
No me lo
porque se nos olvida que ha habido mucha lucha. Y lo que pasa es que los tecnólogos tenemos mucho corazón también y vamos a luchar desde el conocimiento de los animales orales también. Desde los datos vamos a luchar por esa presentación. Muchas gracias.
Sí, pero yo tengo que decir otra cuestión. Mira, ni Portugal ni España han sido poca cosa. Cuando estábamos unidos, fuimos el mayor imperio del mundo.
Yo me encanta la canción Alma Mater.
Sí, y entonces, continentes enteros que albergan la mayor biodiversidad de América o África, que la están destruyendo y yo entiendo que más como recuerdo. Y hablo como recuerdo. Entonces, que tenemos que volcarnos en eso. No es discutir si el gallo o aquí o si hay tres normales, no. Son ecosistemas gigantescos. Y piensen muy bien. Los bosques secos. El Chaco, 1 millón de kilómetros cuadrados. El Sahara, 2 millones de kilómetros cuadrados. La Caatinga, 1 millón de kilómetros. Están siendo destruidos sistemáticamente. ¿Dónde se hablan los jóvenes universitarios, los profesores de la destrucción del Chaco? No existe.
Luego, a ver, es que la naturaleza del biólogo, con todo mi respeto a los colegas biólogos, los ingenieros, es tan noble, tan pacifista, tan pacifista, y en el ámbito de la lucha tan individualista, que es muy difícil. Entonces, ahora con las redes sociales y los
¿Puedo llegar yo a un rebaño de burgueses ingenieros aparte del chaco y con no quiere? Te meten en una máquina
ese activismo hay que llevarlo basado en conocimiento, sin ninguna politización izquierda ni de derecha, ni de arriba ni para abajo, sino ante el hecho de que estamos destruyendo lo único que tenemos.
está desapareciendo.
Es que la gente está ciega.
Los verdaderos sin conocerlo.
La gente está ciega. Yo creo que la gente, o algunos estamos locos, o la gente está ciega, no sé. No sé. O ambas cosas. Y muchas gracias porque me has dado pie a decir por qué estamos aquí. Voy a continuar en portuñol, español, portugués, voy alternando.
Nosotros somos perfectamente muy bien español y nosotros somos mal en portugués.
Bueno, portugués ¿por qué estamos aquí? Y esto va a dar pie. Luego Nelson Bandeira, Nelson Lima, después, antes do receso do café. Voy a pasar después a Nelson. ¿Sí? La idea es la siguiente: ¿por qué estamos aquí? ¿Y por qué se titula una aproximación a las buenas prácticas científicas, tecnológicas y biológicas en el ámbito de nuestros amigos médicos? Sí, funciona. Ahora, porque como bien ha dicho Javier, y lo ha puesto, y perdón la expresión, a huevo, el gran hecho es que vamos hacia la siguiente, a la sexta gran extinción, de origen antropogénico. Esto es obvio, para el ramo, pero hay que repetirlo hasta la sociedad. Vamos a la gran sexta extinción. Como vamos con datos factibles, hay un hecho, también muy conocido, que como bien ha dicho Javier, todo lo que es la península ibérica, incluyendo Islas Baleares, todo lo que es Alborán, la isla que compartimos con el Reino de Marruecos, etc., y todo lo que se llama la Macaronesia, entendida como Azores, Madeira, Canarias, Cabo Verde y las llamadas selvages, islas salvajes, comparten un ámbito de riqueza muy fuerte que va más allá de la cooperación latinoamericana y la cooperación con África. Y para entender lo que sucede y la complejidad, el desafío es también entender el ecosistema, la especie, los factores de escala, el ADN, el tiempo de la evolución y lo que se llama el Hot Ecological Topic, el Big Five, ¿no? Y cómo es el desafío de entender la Tierra como un sistema complejo altamente acoplado, litosfera, hidrosfera y atmósfera. Ahora empezamos a tener la capacidad computacional para entender qué está sucediendo, ¿vale? Aquí está el gran ejemplo del I, el Centro de Computación en Portugal, que lo está haciendo en el ámbito de cooperación marina. Han estado comentando los compañeros en antes, la plataforma oceánica, de la Universidad de Algarve, que a su vez colabora con la de Huelva y a su vez con CEIMAR, en Andalucía, en fin. En esta historia debemos entender lo que son el funcionamiento de los ecosistemas para proveer de manera sostenible el servicio ecosistémico. Porque hay un nuevo modelo económico que va a ser el de los servicios ecosistémicos que se va a implantar, basado en el hecho que tenemos que entender la resiliencia de los ecosistemas. Es como cuando hablamos del muelle, siempre explico el tema del muelle. El muelle se rompe y no hay vuelta. Y esto lo dice Naciones Unidas a través del objetivo número 13, 14, etcétera, pero en general tiene que ver con todos los desarrollos, todos los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Esto no es nada nuevo, porque incluso, Javier, profesor, te estoy lejos, voy a ver. Esos ingenieros de Gartner, esos grandes consultores, en su último estudio, ponen la biodiversidad en la diana de los drones, el green computing, la huella de carbono, energía renovable, blockchain para la agricultura, biodiversidad, la biodiversidad está en todos sitios del desarrollo social y económico. Esto
Si la biodiversidad es la capacidad de los seres vivos de ser diversos.
De ser diversos
no va a estar.
Y es lo único que garantiza una evolución factible de los individuos más capaces. Es lo que hay. Entonces, pero ya por fin se han dado cuenta que en una diana temporal la biodiversidad tiene que estar en todo. Y este es el impacto, porque vamos a ver, seamos claros, el ser humano se mueve por equivalentes monetarios ciertos, unidades monetarias ciertas, entonces podemos tener una oportunidad de hacer un modelo socioeconómico donde las TIC y el medio ambiente se den la mano. Y la Unión Europea, que hace grandes cosas, gracias a eso estamos aquí hoy, a través del capítulo principal Biodiversidad del Pacto Verde, el Green Deal, así lo establece. Pero no solo así, sino en paralelo también con lo que es la digitalización de la industria europea. Los Digital Innovation Hub, las regulaciones, las plataformas, los skills, el capacity building, saber llegar a las personas, más allá del mundo friki o nerd del que venimos nosotros, saberle hablar a un investigador, saberle hablar a un gestor, saberle hablar a un político. Eso dura 4 años a veces. Y a un ciudadano, creo que es ciencia ciudadana. Y para eso meter la biodiversidad y la biodiversity en el centro de la cuádruple hélice de la innovación. Y aquí vamos a hablar luego, pasado mañana, de todas las pero fundamentalmente la urbanidad, organic, vegetation, growth. Temas concretos, hemos hablado con Pedro Peña, con Luz Ferran, con Figueira, cerramos muchas veces en el ámbito marino, con Cristos, mando un abrazo, con Haití, con Costeo, y con mucha cooperación con Grecia, todo con Bélgica, todo conjuntamente. De manera que no voy a explicar de nuevo qué es LifeWatch, porque todos saben qué es LifeWatch. El LifeWatch se cimenta sobre el conocimiento científico de estos datos de MSFR, Fundable, Accessible, Interoperable, Reusable. Y tampoco voy a hablar de que nos llevamos muy bien con la Research Data Alliance, con la Oficina Central de Naciones Unidas para el Espacio, Copernicus y last but not least de European Open Science Club, donde, como he comentado, a través de EOS y otras iniciativas, IOS Future, lo estamos haciendo, dicen, bastante bien. Porque nuestros workflows casi funcionan. Ahí lo dejo. Por fin funcionan. Me gustaría agradecer a todos los equipos, tracking multidisciplinar a nivel europeo que han permitido que eso suceda. Y no solo ellos. Y a hombros de gigante. En 2019, antes de la pandemia, la Junta que está aquí y yo fuimos a nuestros colegas de disco, que son las colecciones, los museos, a Leiden, naturales, y firmamos un documento de trabajo con Dometros Correis-Dimitis, que era el de disco, a Tim Bauder, un histórico, Tim Hirsch, Smith, Christos, Maitidis, Jotan, José Sainz Romanés y Peter Stoll. Sigue ahí también como profesor Javier, luchando de naturales, para crear Facing Biodiversity Challenges Together, the Bio Framework Based Systems with Disco a LifeWatch. ¿Qué es esto? Que este framework que establece la infraestructura de investigación como algo que dé soporte a la cultura de los datos, a la evidencia científica y al entendimiento, se debe de manera muy user-friendly al mercado, repito, al investigador, al tecnólogo, al político, al gestor, al ciudadano, dado de una manera de virtual access environment, o sea, un software, un sencillico de uso y con un sistema de blockchain que permita no solo dar persistencia a la evidencia científica y la trazabilidad del investigador, sino también tokenizar socioeconómicamente el valor económico de preservar la naturaleza. La importancia de darle un valor monetario al costo de oportunidad de la preservación. Y somos los primeros que lo hemos hecho. Me congratula, and I will say this in English, I'm very happy to announce you that next days in bicycle, the species of bicycle meeting in Sofia, no, in Plovdiv, in Bulgaria, we're going to officially launch the first ever blockchain system, like block, for biodiversity. Engaging, federating all JV worldwide databases, Fenodo and Elter. This is a real milestone in the history of biodiversity. Not like LifeWatch-ERIC, but all the people. Joe Miller is excited what we have done. Now, from now on, every time that someone is going to make a publication in Nature, wherever, there will be a traceability mechanism trying to know who is doing what, with whom, for what, and how we can retrieve all this information and later in a natural area to go to the decision maker and say, hey, these persons are working actively here. Tokenize what they're doing in order to be really funded. Because nature worth to be preserved. Sorry, I'm using English, just the rest of the people to understand better, because sometimes English is to be better than Spanish. If I find something better than compliments, my idea is better in English than, don't tell you what, Spanish Portuguese. So, that's the reality. And having said that, ¿qué sucede? Y esto Nelson después lo va a entender. Es clave la cooperación, que tenemos grandes desafíos en común. La heterogeneidad y los factores de escala. No es lo mismo hablar de microbiodiversidad, sus meso y macro. No es lo mismo hablar de remote sensing, de microsensores, de morfología, dentro de ser cerrado, de eventos, del tema marino, no es igual a hablar de una marina, del ciflón, No es mismo hablar del tema de corales artificiales, no es lo mismo hablar del tema de sedimentación, es todo un mundo en sí. Como decía Javier, la vida en sí. Y para eso tenemos que usar el estado del arte, de la tecnología de la información para preparar ese conocimiento. ¿Y qué hemos hecho estos últimos 5 años? Aparte de intentar sobrevivir, ¿sabéis? Aquello Death Valley de las organizaciones. Pues ya tenemos un pedazo de data, uno de los más grandes a nivel mundial, porque no es que tengamos todos los datos del mundo, sino tenemos acceso y ese sistema blockchain y esos principios de ese será a todos los datos. De manera que dan una serie de servicios verticales frontales para favorecer las analíticas, ese conocimiento, dado en forma de catálogo de recursos, que comporta conjunto de datos FED, Fungible, Flexible, Interoperable, Reusable, Standards, desarrollo, ontología, todo el tema semántico, Web Services, los Virtual Research Environments, todo lo que es blockchain anteriormente comentado. Somos innovadores en el uso de lo que es las capas de composabilidad con Jupyter Notebook, en Python, garantizando la unión de las comunidades, que son muy heterogéneas, pero muy complementarias al mismo tiempo. Nos gusta hablar de complementariedad y el acceso a nuevas infraestructuras a través de ellos. Porque a través de ellos, aunque es otro clase, por ejemplo, con Mirri, estamos no condenados, sino estamos ya colaborando. No podría ser de otra forma. ¿Qué sucede en Portugal? Esta slide voy a introducir un número meu amigo, hermano, pero ella muestra, de cierta manera, la colaboración de Porbiota, que es el IberLifeWatch, como bien se dijo muy bien Joao, con el mismo Ferrer, dentro de lo que es el Portuguese Roadmap for Research Infrastructure, la función de tecnología, y por pagamento, financiamiento de IberLifeWatch-ERIC, muy publicado, muchas gracias de nuevo, también soy amigo Mirri, y empezamos, en mitad de la crisis económica en Aveiro, en septiembre de 2014, a poco, junto a Nuno Ferran, Pedro Beja, Carlos Diez, a luchar, y luego son reuniones bilaterales y ministeriales, Salamanca con Rediri, Santiago con Pantera y Belgrid, la previa a fomentar todo esto. Y poco a poco, granito de arena, se está montando el tema, está muy tecnificado, muy TIC, lo veréis luego en el ámbito del workflow, de DNA, pero ahora toca lo que son las comunidades. Tocamos bien las personas, hemos intentado dar primero sentido a nuestra misión como red de ciencia, de biodiversidad, y ahora traemos a los clientes. Por eso. Y en España, exactamente, con 33 organizaciones e instituciones, a fecha de hoy, los logos no están actualizados por cambios políticos. Me niego cada vez que cambie un gobierno a cambiar logos. Ya, sí. No puedo perder más tiempo cambiando logos. Todo el mundo sabe que ciencia está en economía, el otro está en lo otro, pues, sí. Y la Junta también. Es que no estamos para perder tiempo en mucho postureo, logotipo. Bueno, ya habrá que lo haga. Entonces, tenemos 3 grupos. Uno legal, que tenemos de padrino a Enrique Alonso García, consejero de Estado. Otro científico, que tiene una componente ibérica muy fuerte a través de GEBIF, España y Portugal. Y otro TIC a través del Instituto de Física de Cantabria, IberGrid, etc. Y ahora, expresamente, me gustaría que se sacase una fotografía para el Twitter de esta transparencia. Porque me gustaría explícitamente dar las gracias a IberGrid, a Red Iris y a la Red Española de Supercomputación, que junto a través de IberGrid, aquí está Lip, no sé si más va de Lip, Coimbra, Niño, Porto, la Universidad de Oregon. Esto se ha podido llevar a cabo como contribución en especie de estos años. Esto es muy importante. Que se vean los que realmente han trabajado en esta cooperación a nivel IberGrid, Red Iris, Reds, bueno, porque claro, la red de la portuguesa es Supercomputação, está incluida en las áreas de tecnología y IberGrid. Bueno, no podemos prepararlo, pero es muy importante que se sepa que a hombro de gigante esa conexión de EOS a través de EOS Synergy se ha llevado. Y hemos trabajado mucho en la RIS 3 y la RIS 4, en los fondos estructurales. Hemos trabajado mucho con la región norte, también en Tejo, con fondos de cooperación transfronteriza. Por eso, pasado mañana, guiados por Katie Cáceres y Sofía Vaz, van a hablar de esa cooperación. Porque hay dinero, hay mucho dinero. Y no hay que devolverlo. De esa cooperación. Y servidor, sobre todo, de la cooperación de Interreg Sudoe. Y esto comenzó en 2014 en Bruselas, en la DigiConnect. Empezamos. Cuando vino Carlos Moedas, fue ahí Carlos Moedas, Ricardo Miguel, y empezamos a hablar muchas de las personas de 15 países cómo usar esos fondos estructurales. Y, a ver si funciona esto. Eso es, en el Rickson Pulson en Madrid y en Évora, en la Universidad de Évora, en 2014, el Renaissance of the Regions of the Southern Europe. Italia, Portugal y España. La cooperación entre España, Italia y Portugal, Región de Murcia, Alentejo, Algarve y Andalucía. En esa cooperación está también Fernando Estero, Ricardo Miguel, Alberto Basset, también está en esta escena. Trabajamos en estas bases que ahora desde el IPTS, desde el JRC, Miquel Landavaso, yo en ese sentido están tomándolo de modelo, lo cual nos enorgullece mucho a esa cooperación. Y ya termino. ¿Os habéis hecho la idea? Mira la cámara. La idea es la siguiente. ¿Cuál es la pretensión hoy aquí? Es la consolidación de esa infraestructura distribuida ibérica, basándose en las mejores prácticas, un desafío micro, a meso y macroescala, teniendo en cuenta los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, Green Deal, Durado, la agroecología que luego vamos a explicar, los planes del EU Biodiversity 2030 Plans. No sé si os habéis dado cuenta que en el plan 6 de Horizonte Europa aparece el IberLifeWatch-ERIC y biodiversidad por doquier. Economía circular, biodiversidad, hasta la saciedad. Y somos la infraestructura que los lleva en todos los niveles. Que seáis conscientes de eso. ¿Por qué? Porque, como se ha dicho antes, la península ibérica, incluyendo la Macaronesia, el Mediterráneo, es una verdadera singular. Una singularidad para qué. Desde el punto de vista estratégico, más que crear nueva comitología, es identificar qué stakeholder, como voy a ser improvisado aquí con Joao, o ha venido la vicepresidenta del Consejo, o hasta aquí Pepe, que era un acto comité de responsables, que dice, oye, vamos a tirar para aquí. Hay apoyo del Gobierno de Madrid, de los ministerios, hay apoyo del Gobierno andaluz, de Costa, que también hay aquí en Lisboa. Un poco subparado, no me tocó el Gobierno de Education, he tenido se ha retrasado. Y están muy bravos. Todas las alcaldesas, a tope. Desde el punto de vista táctico, ¿vale? Ahí táctico es no reinventar la rueda. Vamos a coger el nodo. España-Portugal, Pedro Bella, Aparicio, tirando del carro, y vamos a coger las mejores prácticas que estáis aquí, los primeros que quieran, y vamos a ponerlos juntos a montar proyectos estrellas siguiendo un guión impecable como el que ha mostrado Javier. Vamos a coger los bosques. ¿Quién hace qué? ¿O quién es voluntario? Y si hay algo que se ha escapado, sí, incluye también. Porque muchas veces es mejor la actitud. Perdón, es mejor la actitud. Attitude first than aptitude. Espere, es mejor la gente que tiene energía y tira para adelante. Y desde este punto de triple triángulo científico, tecnológico e innovación, donde se da la mano capital público y privado, ¿cómo garantizamos la sostenibilidad? De manera que vamos a crear un Shared Knowledge Hub, y esto puedo anunciarlo, o nombre de Pedro Bella, estamos hablando del establecimiento de una consolidación de un núcleo duro en Mértola, estación biológica de Mértola. No se sabe de qué va nada, ahí no puedo falar o nome da Universidade do Algarve. Non podo, veis, até hoy se ha hablado también del tema de la transición amazoniana, el IRIC, el futuro IBiodiversity Research Innovation International Center, y lo que va a ser un centro compartido, pues debe de ser un centro de diversidad de ecosistemas de Euroregión, Algarve, Alentejo, Andalucía, con nombre 3, AAA, que va a estar también distribuido entre Alentejo, Algarve y Andalucía. ¿Tenemos los fondos? Sí, exactamente. ¿Tenemos los fondos? Sí. ¿Tenemos la voluntad política? Sí. ¿Tenemos los papeles firmados políticamente diciendo que sí? Sí. Lo habéis visto, ¿no? Entonces, ya hemos conseguido. Ya tenemos lo mejor de la construcción con Copérnicos. Tenemos, aquí está Maite Irazábal, de Uruguay, toda la conexión con la Triangle Caribe, y a través de conexiones con Angola, a través de Pedro Bella, recibió el Centro de Retrasado de la Universidad de Porto, la conexión con África. Y luego, que está aquí Rofaifa, que luego hablará, también un acuerdo prioritario, donde ha sido la línea bonita de IberLifeWatch con el Reino de Marruecos, donde no va a ser solo colaboración hispano-marroquí, sino va a ser hispano-portuguesa-marroquí. Hay gente, hay muchas cosas que dar. Para mí, todo esto es una realidad, es fantasía. Esto ya se ha firmado y está en marcha. Y me voy para atrás, muy obligado, pero me voy para atrás, porque ahora, vete para atrás, hasta donde están las fotos del mundo. Ahí, para aquí, miren. Microbial Resource Research Infrastructure. Nuevo ERIC, la península de Ibérica. Biodiversidad microbiana, miren, Braga, Portugal. Nelson, ¿estás ahí? Nelson Lima. ¿Está Nelson?
Aló, sí.
I have to pay the floor to the congratulations again. This is the place to take congratulations. Parabéns.
Ok,
Parabéns.
gracias.
Parabéns a tu for the consolidated. Over to you. I pass you the floor. Thank you very much.
Ok, thank you, Juan Mick.
I guess that more or less the objectives are clear. Are not ambitious, are realistic. Everything I talk here is happening right now. The idea is the people to be aware of that. How to organize at different scales, micro, meso scale in this. That's what we are here. You know that we have a special relationship through University of Málaga, Picasso Supercomputing, Emilio de Zapata, joining with the FREC, Colección Española de Cultivos Tipo, and you in the ICT techniques of this. And we are supporting you. We have funds. I'm very eager to travel again to Braga as well, or Lisbon or whatever. And that's all. Sorry, I changed to English so the people can also listen. And over to you. And that's the idea. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Juan Miguel. Let me see. Tell me if you see the right full screen
Yes,
of my presentation.
It's full screen.
Is
Yeah.
Well,
Okay. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Gracias, Juan Miguel, for the invitation. It was a pleasure also to see Paco Panda to speak about GBIF since we worked together many years ago. And it is a pleasure for me to speak today about MIRI, the microbiome resource research infrastructure, and how we can cooperate and take opportunities together with LifeWatch. MIRI, like LifeWatch, is now both ERIC legal entities, and I will present you the MIRI in short terms. MIRI, as I told you, is related with microorganisms, with biodiversity of microorganisms, non-pathogenic microorganisms, and is a research infrastructure pan-European distributed for preservation, systematic investigation, provision, and the valorization of microbiome resource and biodiversity. This means that we try to facilitate the access through a single point of the broadest range of high quality of microorganisms, their derivatives, associated data, and service with a special focus on the domain of health and food, agro-food, environment, and energy. Of course, as ERIC and European research infrastructures, we are user centers, and we try also collaborate with as much as we can with other research infrastructures and all stakeholders like public authorities, policymakers, and the society in general. And what we try is to contribute for the advance of research and innovation in life science and biotechnology, as well as for sustainable, competitive, and resilient bioeconomy. For us, it's a great pleasure to be ERIC after several years working as a project. Later on, in the last roadmap, we became landmark, and last June we finally achieved the ERIC status. So MURI is try to combine the microbial diversity with the biotechnology and bioeconomy. Today, we are 5 countries as funders: Belgium, France, Latvia, Portugal, and Spain. Portugal and Spain are the co-hosts of this research infrastructure. I will show you later on in the next slide more details. And we are now under the negotiations as prospective members to bring together Greece, Italy, Netherlands, Poland, and Romania is a prospective observer. Nevertheless, we try, and yesterday I came from Colombia, and I work with Chile and Brazil also to bring together in some way these countries of Latin America to the MURI family. And some of them, like Chile, could be members. The other ones we will try to organize memoranda of understanding, like we are doing now with the United States of America Culture Collections Network. Our central coordinate unity is quite small, mainly is seated in Portugal, since we share the hub with our colleagues from the Valencia University, with also support of and a strong linkage with LifeWatch, trying to gain more capacities and expertise with this joint venture between Portugal and Spain. And of course that we are very proud to have these research infrastructures mainly coordinated by these 2 countries. All you are welcome to Braga, to the headquarters that is in my university, where the executive director, that is now Luis, the secretary is Anna, the financial officer is Bassan, and the access officer and the is now Adriana, and Tony left a few days ago. The IT officer is an open vacancy, and is and we try to find a new IT officers. In between, I myself and Armando, I'm the coordinator of a European Horizon 2020 project to support the activities of the MURI and to make the transitions of the MURI for MURI-ERIC. So our main agenda for the decade is based in microbial resources, a green, healthy, and sustainable future. And as you can see here, we have 7 strategic areas related or combined with health and food, agro-food, environment, and energy. All these 7 strategic areas are based in our expertise, that is bioprospecting, preservation and cultural mix of microbial taxonomy, digital service and fair data, legal regulatory issues and standards. And our input for society is to improve the knowledge about biodiversity, foster the innovation in biotechnology, and a more resilient bioeconomy and sustainability, and of course link with the concept of One Health for the future. I don't go in detail because you can see this in our webpage and in our research strategic agenda. But of course that the all microorganisms that now are so far more than 400,000 in one single catalog, that we are merged catalogs and bring all this data that were fragmented collection by collection, and now more than 50 collections put all together the data, and we combine the data. And we continue combine the data, not only the microorganisms, but also DNA libraries, genomic DNAs, cell lines, and microbiomes, for instance, and associated data, taxonomy, ecology, pathogenicity, many other attributes that make this data useful for meta-analysis and for combine and work with other research infrastructures like LifeWatch. And this is what excites us to work with the LifeWatch and other research infrastructure, is try to combine. And we have a diverse portfolio of service. I don't go in details, but I wish I highlight the taxonomy database tools that we have, and these, of course, match perfectly with LifeWatch, and also there are a lot of work that we can develop together, like consultancy, training course, or many other standards for our common goal, that is the microbiodiversity. Our single entry point is the collaborative work environment, is a single point, and I wish today highlight that the microbial resource data is also, as I told you, in one single catalog, and this match again, because we can be a provider. Some of us, we are yet provider for GBIF, but we can also provide information for LifeWatch about not only microbial diversity, but also some attributes or meta data for LifeWatch. Our catalog is now launched. We can search the different strands and a lot of different information, and even we go furthermore, not only on the microbial diversity as microorganisms, but also DNA, the genomic information, and many other traits, microbial attributes that are important for us and for our stakeholders. Of course, that we also work with other research infrastructures. So far, we were involved in 6 projects that are listed here. The 6 projects we were involved, we gained the 6 projects, and as you know, LifeWatch is also involved. But this creates a real important ecosystem where we can give our expertise and make synergies and exchange information and provide what we can give, that is our expertise, the microbial resources, and also the data associated. This is make a quite strong ecosystem in the area, and this is what give us energies to pursue these great objectives. Of course, that all these works are well aligned, but I don't go in details with the Sustainable Development Goal for the United Nations. And here, of course, that the partnership, that is the one of the goals of the Sustainable Development Goals is 17, is partnership, that we are also open to improve and enlarge our partnership. And with LifeWatch is a natural research infrastructure for us from the beginning. And we are very proud to, from the beginning, start with support with LifeWatch and Muri has so far succeeded with also with this support. So I wish thank you to all for and of course we need to cooperate and to find different ways to cooperate. Thank you, Juan Mig, and to all to give me the opportunity to show you a real cooperation and potential cooperations between Muri and LifeWatch.
Thank you very much. Muito obrigado, Nelson. First of all, congratulations for your excellent presentation, putting everything in a synthetic way, as usual. Secondly, because Inmaculada Lago is not today here and Jorge Cobos, for personal reasons, both, but I would like to call here Katie Cáceres, José Manuel Ávila, and Joaquín López. Please, can you come here? I will put faces to 3 persons for 3 mandates from our side, on behalf of our team. First of all, Katie Cáceres, Nelson is looking to the camera. Katie Nelson, she's a monster of the Horizon Europe preparation of proposal and structural funds and so on. She's going to be focusing on this cooperation with all the proposals together and to coordinate. In addition, all these structural funds from Andalusia region, and you read them, is written there, building is eligible to foster the way. As you know, we are going to invest 1.2 million euro in 5 years in kind contribution for structural funds in Andalusia. The machines hosted by high performance computing Picasso, very much. Okay? And very soon with blockchain, well as well. So, and this is written. There is an agreement. It's an official document. Maybe you copy. I don't know if Rosa sent you. In any case, Katie sent him this agreement. No, you got it. You got the language space. So this is very remarkable in kind. And now we are talking about in cash with Horizon Europe and others to foster this micro biodiversity. I have replied now to Rosa telling that both Jorge and Inmaculada are the ones to be focusing on this. Katie, you focusing on what is related to new opportunities. So the day after tomorrow, Cartafeira, Jueves, I invited you just to attend to this very interesting session. If you have time, Nelson, or I will invite you. Katie, Nelson, okay. José Manuel Ávila is our agroecology officer. He's one of the key persons working in the key persons in relation to AgroServe already, all the establishment of the European Network of Agroecology. Joining Professor Benjamin Sánchez Jimeno, my former boss in the ministry, from the city right now. You put in faces to AgroServe. It would be interesting in Nelson to attend to the meetings to be organized in Seville very soon. I don't know if he's attending or not. He's having premises and so this. Okay, all right, okay. Agroecology, and what is that? And our Mr. Blockchain, right? He's from Web as well. So, and blockchain in relation, how we can put in relation of our like block developments, in relation to metadata catalogs or the semantics, because they are giants. Joining with Miri, Miri, sorry, Miri, they are giants, like I said. Elixir, yes. And Bill, the European Molecular Biology Laboratory, I have been kindly invited to participate in a session next week in Nelson. They have chosen me to put a little bit of order how this cybersecurity data. I'm very proud. Thank you. I know that you recommend me. Thank you, Nelson. Personally, but
thank you.
Folders, we will try to, and in that presentation, we will try to do that symmetry. Let's say with Miri as well. So these are some of the faces. Here, there are more technical people, then as well, more faces. For sure, they will be in collaboration with you. Very soon, in person.
Thank you.
And Jorge Inma from who had been explicitly had contract for working on microbial biodiversity, particularly. So clear. So thank you very much, Nelson.
Thank you, Juan Miguel, and thank you, and to know, and it's very important for us to know all the members and all the, and I convey my regards to all participants for this important events and initiatives, and of course that will need to continue and foster the cooperation and make this more, to turn it in more reality, and to make the what we design turn it on the reality, and to improve our cooperation on the biodiversity in general, and for us in particularly the biodiversity. That is quite important nowadays for the big societal challenge. So thank you, Juan Miguel, and thank you to all for giving me this opportunity on behalf of MIRI.
And let me finish with one important issue. Sofía Pazos, the manager of the Instituto de Nanotecnología Ibérico de Praga. Sonia, no Sofía, Sofía Paz, Sonia Pazos. It's going to attend in 2 days here to this meeting, very important, because we will develop with Praga Institute a new line of nanosensors for biodiversity. We're thinking how we can collaborate. Well, in the process of electing a new CEO, by the way, in Praga. It's very important now. Based on the Cimeira de Zamora 2009, conclusiones. That is one important point. And maybe in the camera now, because Joao Nuno Ferreira is here today as well. Fica hoje aqui, de Fundação de Tecnologia, muito interés. También George Gómez, de LIC, pues aquí están escuchando todo, they are listening everything and taking note as well. This is a reality what they are doing. They are involving MIRI as well, from LifeWatch-ERIC by themselves, by IberGrid and so. And this is a good opportunity for you to that you can see both of them. So, okay, te ponen aquí, George, MIRI, para, no es el único que tiene Portugal ahora. O último, el LifeWatch de España. MIRI para probar más caras aquí. Muchas gracias, Nelson. Muchas gracias.
Obrigado, Juan Miguel. Bye bye.
And now, before the coffee break, next coffee break, it should be well. Let's go to the coffee break. Yes. Yeah. Oh, yes, I think. I need a coffee break. And then Teresa will show us the sample of the Iberian leaks, and then our police for artificial intelligence, and last but not least, Esther Serrano. Joel, ¿dónde está el negocio? El tema de los osos. Uno está online. And last but not least, Esther Serrano, joining with Pepe Rodríguez Quintero, y se vuelve con Esther Garber, hablando del ámbito de cooperación marina, porque Esther va a poner la buena práctica, y va a ser reforzada a nivel político, así le la confianza cuando se devuelva para consolidar esa acción que tenemos que lanzar. Venga, ahora al cafecito. Después, cuando vengamos del café. O sea, volvemos en 10-15 minutos. Ya sabéis, café, cerveza, agua, servicio, lo que queráis. Salud. Hola a todos, boa tarde. Manifiéstense. Están ahí, han vuelto. No, ganas. Tengo muchas ganas. No he estudiado otra cosa. Wake up, Iberia. Bueno, sí. Están ahí. Nuno, tu estás? Después de Teresa, estás a falar. Después de Teresa, no.
Perfecto, gracias.
Muito obrigado pela sua presença.
Gracias a ti.
Oh, ya, que menos. Aquí estamos. Nada, hecho mucha ilusión por lo de los otros. Es un tema grande. So, now is the occasion for the presentation made by Teresa Pontegui, que tengan la cámara ahí. Improving connectivity between population of the endangered Iberian lynx. We love lynx, and not only is our logo in our very nice bags as well, but because this is the real endemic our cycle. Welcome, thank you so much, and the floor is yours.
I'm going to take it. No, wait, no. Well, hello, I'm Teresa. I am the head of the conservation of the Iberian lynx in Andalusia, and I'm going to talk about the relation between Spain and Portugal for the conservation of this species. Here, as you can see here, this is the distribution of the Iberian lynx, and you can see how the population has been decreased in the last decades. So they inhabit all the Peninsula Iberica until 2002, where the researchers in the national here. You can see that there was only 2 isolated populations in the south of Andalusia, with only 55 lynxes in Doñana and also 60 lynxes in Andújar. The main causes of the decline was the predatory eradication due to poverty after the Civil War, for example, food demand, the closure of the Mediterranean forest with the loss of biodiversity, the decline of the wild rabbit population due to the arrival of infectious disease. I'm going fast because we have. In 2002, when the government did a Spanish census, they know only that there was only 2 isolated populations, and in this moment, the UCN lists the species like as critically endangered. It was the moment that we have to do something, because if we didn't do something, the species go to extinction. So a partir in 2002, different life projects. Well, in the first of them, the most important thing was to avoid extinction, and the next, when we established the population of Andújar and Cardeña, the second life was to first genetic management to increase the breeding, and in consequence of that, increase the population through the first introduction only in Andalusia. At the same time, in Portugal, in 2007, the both administrations from Portugal and Spain signed an agreement for the captive breeding program. And two years later, they started another project, the interactive links, fine-tuning of the transitional working methods, starting to work in the selection of reintroduction areas and prepare this area for the next project, the third. Again, this is the third life project, IberLifeWatch, and this is the most important project because it was the moment where joint different administration, conservationists, hunters, private farmers, we think now that this is the most important thing, to the collaboration of many people. For example, without this sector, the conservationist hunters, because most of the presence of the Iberian lynx was in private farming, where the hunt is allowed, and private farming without them, this sector, the extinction was happening.
In this project, the most important thing was to grow the population and create the new areas of reintroduction, like in Castilla-La Mancha, Extremadura, and Portugal, and connecting this natural population. And other topic was to prepare the new reintroduction areas for the next project. Actually, we are in the live project Links Connect, and we want to do a meta population of all the Iberian links. This is all the measures implemented for the conservation. One of them was the habitat and wildlife management. Sorry, because I have a problem with the presentation. There was many photos, but I have to put in PDF because there were many notes that disappeared. So here I show you different moments for the habitat and wildlife management. Ecotons were created, sowing breeding fences to increase the population of the plant population, decreasing the mortality, fight against poaching, crop kill, and sanitary control. For example, in my role in the project is the sanitary control of the wild population. Captive breeding program has an important role because they delivering many animals from captivity, the genetic management, because we can the census of different agent infections was better now than 2007 and the reintroductions. For us, I have said before, the different partners have been involved, conservation hunter and farming was an important role in the conservation of the conservation of the links, and biodiversity social support should be assured. This is the list of all the administrations that have been involved in the conservation of the Iberian links, in Portugal, Castilla-La Mancha, Extremadura, and Andalusia. And now, if you remember the other image of the map, there was only two isolated population. Now we have in this situation, we have more than 1,000 links, and the surface of the population has increased in four parts, and now since 2011 we have been introduced 340 links. In this project, we want to do a meta population. There are many animals that have crossed all the population. We have one list that we introduced in Valle Guadiana and appear in Doñana. We have natural movement in those populations. All the collaboration has based on the joint development of work protocol of the IberLifeWatch manual, and those work have been updated, adapting to the new scenarios and knowledge gained after so many years. In addition, we joined that database has been developed to include all the information of the Iberian link specimen, developing census methods based on excrement samples with the Estación Biológica de Doñana, a canine unit specialized in detecting sites of links, and the implementation of software for the identification of wild species to be applied to the tribal. We are also working with the Universidad de Huelva for this software, and here you have all the protocols that we work. It's very important to work with the same protocol because we can compare all the dates, we can obtain different conclusions, and we thought that it's the best form to obtain a good result in the conservation of the Iberian links. So thank you. I hope that my English is better.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this presentation. As emblematic is our here Iberian links, and taking into account also the sociology manipulation of the links, but the real importance was your point in the presentation. Thank you very much. In fact, AJ, Antonio José, IRJ, and myself support Professor Godoy from IBD, Dr. Godoy, in the establishment of the supercomputing system for the DNA identification. That time it was year or 11 years ago, we were working on that during the ICRAC on Catalonia as well, and it was very exciting. And here you can see, check that Diego de los Santos was working as well with the Iberian links and so, and beyond everything. I got only one question. Is the following. There are populations crossing through the border between Spain and Portugal, isn't it? From Doñana to here, ¿cómo se llama el sitio? El macho huele a la hembra, la hembra huele al macho, que acaban allí. Yo sé la historia.
I would say that this is very, very common. Happens the same with humans.
No, pero que... So, ha quedado una que venía de la zona y uno que venía de Doñana, una cosa muy fuerte.
Hay un caso de, bueno, como sabéis, todos los linces tienen un nombre porque las manchas que tienen en el costado son individuales, y tenemos un caso de litio que nació en el acebuche, se liberó en el Valle del Guadiana. El veterinario que fue el que lo atendió cuando nació, me cubrió a mí la baja, y cuando apareció un gibaleón, un lince en Huelva, fue a sustituirme porque yo no podía atenderlo, y cuando encontraron a él, era el que él había entrenado para la introducción y había pasado del Valle de Guadiana a Huelva. Y tenemos ese mismo animal, fue luego que apareció en Barcelona. O sea y él había abandonado el proyecto, se había ido a Barcelona, y el lince apareció en Barcelona, y decíamos, es que parece que te sigue a todos lados. Y es que es una pasada en los movimientos que hacen los animales, es increíble. Y ya hay conexiones entre Andújar y Sardinia, toda la zona de la sierra está conectada. Han llegado a la sierra norte de Sevilla, que era una zona que no íbamos a preparar, pero no llegó a su final porque la población de conejos iba bajando, y sin embargo, de manera natural, han colonizado la sierra norte. Que decía, ¿os la habéis caído o no? Es que han llegado solos.
Como Javier por aquí, profesor Castro Viejo, confirmaba, hay una crisis con el conejo, por ejemplo. Si está viendo bien esa crisis con el conejo, ¿eso se ve a pesticidas, raticidas o...?
Realmente, hay dos enfermedades que han afectado principalmente al conejo de monte, y han sido las que han afectado, sobre todo, la disminución de las poblaciones de conejos.
La paradoja, que son protegidas no hay conejos, y en las fincas privadas hay conejos.
Claro.
Está reintroduciendo en fincas privadas.
Claro, de hecho, cuando se hizo el censo nacional, las zonas que más protegidas estaban en zonas privadas de Andújar y Doñana en el Parque Nacional, que eran los únicos reductos donde además estaba protegido que nadie podía entrar.
No había conejos.
Bueno, había conejos y era la única así fuente, pero sí que hay un montón de zonas que, gracias a los cazadores, el mantenimiento que hacen de los campos, de las zonas que mantienen las poblaciones, han permitido que el lince haya salido para adelante.
¿En Portugal cuántos hay ya?
En Portugal no me acuerdo cuántos hay, no sé si es es que ya en todo hay 1.400.
¿Y por el norte dónde?
Por el norte, lo más que llega es a animales que han pasado por Guadalajara, pero son animales dispersantes, y en lo más norte que tenemos, Montes de Toledo.
¿Y en Portugal? Está en el sur todavía.
Están en el sur todavía.
Muchas gracias por la etología del animal que es emblemática, que preservar a pesar de los temas políticos, etc. Ahora hemos pasado para el interesado de nuestro colega Nuno Negroes, de los fondos asturianos para la protección de animales salvajes, oso pardo. Querido Nuno.
Hola, ¿cómo están? Saludos. ¿Aló? ¿Me escuchan?
Sí, perfecto.
Sí. Perfecto. No sé si pueden poner mi presentación.
Sí.
Por favor.
Wait a second.
No hay problema. Yo voy a hacer la presentación, aunque sea portugués, voy a hacer la presentación en español.
Como quieras. Cualquier idioma.
Que así...
No.
Porque yo no consigo compartir de aquí.
Give me a second, please. Opening. This one, right? Sorry, no la está viendo. Dame un segundo. No comparto. Please. Tell me.
Perfecto, gracias.
Okay, right.
Fantástico. Bueno, muchas gracias. Buenas tardes a todos. Quería agradecer a la organización de la conferencia por la posibilidad de venir aquí a presentar ese trabajo que está siendo desarrollado entre FAPAS y la Universidad de Aveiro en Portugal.
Sorry, wait a second, please. Sorry, is anyone who is?
Okay, good. I see that some people are already joining.
I don't know if.
Okay, so we have people from Europe mainly.
Wait, do you know where is coming from?
And it is actually very nice to see how many different cities you are joining with us.
Okay, sorry. It was a technical issue. Sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Sorry. It's me. Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. Siguiente, por favor. No hay problema. Entonces, el trabajo que estamos desarrollando entre FAPAS y Universidad de Aveiro se enfoca en el oso. Como saben, el oso en el pasado había tenido una distribución más amplia, pero en este momento está concentrada solo en la región de Pirineo y también en la región cantábrica, siendo que la región cantábrica tiene dos subpopulaciones, no occidental y oriental. Siguiente, por favor. Y el oso, lógicamente, tiene que compartir espacio con el hombre y con sus actividades, y lógicamente es un factor que ha condicionado y condiciona su ocurrencia desde el tiempo pasado hasta ahora, ¿no? Siguiente, por favor. Entonces, en 2016 empezamos este trabajo con FAPAS para intentar entender, hacer un monitoreo de la situación del oso de una forma transfronteriza, con una base conjunta de colaboración, de acuerdo un poquito a las diferentes competencias que tenían las instituciones. Siguiente, por favor. Entonces, FAPAS trabaja hace décadas en la Cantabria, en el monitoreo de oso, utilizando diferentes metodologías, nominadamente las trampas pelo. Siguiente, por favor. Que combina también con las cámaras trampa. Entonces, la combinación de estas dos metodologías permite que sabemos dónde está un individuo en un determinado momento, en un determinado lugar, ¿no? Siguiente, por favor. Y ahí es donde entró un poco Luis Adavero para hacer otra parte de la investigación, que sería la cuestión de la caracterización genética y análisis de DNA, para poder así hacer el monitoreo de la población y también conocer más detalles de la ecología y de la dinámica poblacional. Siguiente, por favor. Un pequeño resumen de algunos resultados. Lo que se verificó es que existen, al contrario de lo que se pensaba antes, no existen solo un haplótipo, existen dos haplótipos en la parte cantábrica. Básicamente, cada subpoblación tiene su haplótipo típico, digamos así, siendo que, por curiosidad, el haplótipo de la parte oriental, de la subpoblación oriental, está más cerca de lo que sería la población de osos del Pirineo. Entonces, como si hay una barrera que es histórica ya entre estas dos subpoblaciones. Siguiente, por favor. Otra cosa también que se verificó es que esta divergencia de estos dos haplótipos no es reciente, no es de ahora, es bastante antigua, ¿no? Que puede llevar a reforzar esta idea de que había ya una separación de alguna forma entre estas dos subpoblaciones. Siguiente. De una forma general, si tenemos una población de oso cantábrico que tiene baja diversidad genética, reducido efectivo populacional, o sea, poco número de individuos que aporta la genética de la población y significativa evidencia de haber sufrido bottlenecks poblacionales y genéticos, ¿no? Ahí se añade también el facto que se observan elevados niveles de hibridación, en particular del lado oriental, ¿no? Entonces, la situación genética muestra un poquito toda la problemática que se revela de la población de esta especie. Siguiente, por favor. Y a nivel de flujo genético, lo que se verificó también es que hay mucho más flujo genético de lo que es la subpoblación oriental para la occidental que de lo occidental para lo oriental, dando una idea de que a lo mejor los individuos dispersantes de la población occidental están dispersando más para la de Galicia y más para sur, incluso pudiendo llegar a Portugal. Y eso, siguiente, fue justo lo que pasó. En 2019 se pudo observar que la llegada de un oso, la verdad, el oso ha causado daños a un apicultor y se verificó entonces que el oso había entrado en Portugal y de inmediato pensamos que eso es una cosa que tarde o temprano irá a ocurrir en el pasado, en el futuro, y que por eso tenemos que pensar qué va a pasar cuando el oso llegue al territorio portugués y cuando se continúe expandiendo un poco para sur y sudoeste. Siguiente, por favor. Y la pregunta que nos hacíamos es, cuando llegue el oso a Portugal, ¿cómo la gente va a recibir? ¿No? Porque sabemos que es importante estudiar la ecología de la especie, trabajar en la cuestión del hábitat, mejorar el hábitat, pero también la parte social es fundamental, porque si una sociedad no es tolerante para que la especie llegue, entonces cualquier inversión para que facilitar esta recolonización puede ser contraproducente. Siguiente, por favor. Entonces hicimos un trabajo conjunto que hicimos para intentar entender esta dinámica de qué pasa, qué piensan las personas sobre el oso, tanto en zonas con oso, con sin oso, o zonas potencialmente con oso del lado portugués. Y siguiente, hicimos un pequeño cuestionario que aborda diferentes variables psicométricas para entender entonces esta dinámica. Y este cuestionario fue divulgado online. Y también en el caso portugués fue hecho en una entrevista a algunas personas en el lugar donde el oso dejó sus señales, en Portugal. Siguiente. Hay muchos resultados, yo voy solo hacer un resumen de algunas cosas y destacar lo más importante. En el total teníamos 657 cuestionarios. Siguiente, por favor. Pero al final, eliminando los que no tenían, algunos contestaron a todo, o que fallaban algunas preguntas, teníamos 441 con 252 del lado portugués y 189 del lado español. Siguiente, por favor. Siendo que la mayoría hay una equidad de género, pero la mayoría tiene un nivel de educación universitario alto, ¿no? Que es normal porque siendo el método de muestreo, las entrevistas online, es normal que sea la gente que accede a este tipo de tecnología. Siguiente, por favor. A nivel algunos de estas variables psicométricas, a nivel de sentimientos, lo que se puede observar, las personas que contestaron al lado español eran bastante positivas, mientras que el lado portugués sí, de una forma general, la mayoría es positiva, tiene sentimientos positivos, le gusta el oso, pero hay un sector que es un poco indiferente o tiene sentimientos negativos. Siguiente, por favor. A nivel de conocimiento, como es de esperar también, el lado portugués, la gente no conocía tanto de la biología y de la ecología de la especie. Es normal porque en España se ha hecho mucho trabajo ya de divulgación y sensibilización sobre el oso, y es normal que las personas conozcan un poco más que la portuguesa, que no tiene históricamente contacto con la especie a más de décadas, de centenas de décadas. Siguiente, por favor. A nivel de percepción de riesgo, una vez más, el lado portugués tenía la idea que el oso podía ser más peligroso, ¿no? Y puede ser peligroso para la salud humana, y eso es un aspecto muy importante, porque normalmente esta percepción de riesgo es lo que lleva muchas veces a las personas a tener comportamientos antagónicos a la llegada de una especie, ¿no? Si creemos que un animal nos puede hacer daño, no nos va a gustar tener que el animal llegue ahí, ¿no? Siguiente. Y eso cuaja bastante con lo que hicimos a nivel de preguntas de tolerancia, en que una vez más los españoles bastante más tolerantes que los portugueses, y los portugueses bastante tolerantes hasta el momento en que preguntábamos si era bueno tener el oso dentro de su área, cerca de su casa, digamos, de alguna forma, dentro de su área administrativa, ¿no? Y eso es el fenómeno típicamente conocido como not in my backyard, o sea, me gusta la especie, pero no cerca de mí. Y en Portugal eso se tornó evidente, ¿no? Por este miedo y esta percepción de peligro que existe fuertemente ya establecida. Así, esto es una forma bien resumida, claramente del lado portugués, pensando en una colonización del oso, un regreso del oso en los próximos años. Hay un trabajo muy importante para hacer, porque hay un sector, un grupo considerable que sí tiene algunos recelos sobre el regreso del oso a su territorio, digamos. Pero estamos terminando de analizar los datos, es parte de una tesis de maestría que en breve será publicada. Y continuamos trabajando con FAPAS, no solo para hacer monitoreo de las poblaciones, para entender también cómo los diferentes actores perciben la presencia del oso y su actividad, digamos así. Y eso es importante porque con base en esta información se puede diseñar acciones no solo a nivel del hábitat y de la especie, pero también a nivel de esas intervenciones a nivel social y socioeconómico, digamos, ¿no? La idea siempre es trabajar a una escala ibérica porque la población va a expandir y solo podemos imaginar la conservación del oso en la península ibérica si trabajamos Portugal y España en conjunto. Portugal, porque para que llegue a Portugal tienen que pasar a muchos kilómetros de España, y por eso es fundamental colaborar con diferentes instituciones, incluso a diferentes niveles de los gobiernos locales, nacionales, y ONGs, y universidades y otros institutos de investigación. Bueno, en nombre del equipo que está trabajando en este tema, darles las gracias, mandar un saludo a todos, agradecer una vez la invitación, y estoy abierto a preguntas si así lo desean. Siguiente. Perdón, me olvidé decir el siguiente. Siguiente. Sí, ya termino.
No. Sí, mejor.
Sí, Nuño, Javier, encantado. Los osos en Portugal llegaron a Montesinos, ¿no?
Correcto, a Montesinos, sí. Un oso llegó y destruyó una colmena.
Ah, ya, por eso se supo que estaba.
Sí, por eso.
¿Y se marcharon o volvieron?
Continuó, creo que hay señales de que ha estado un par de días, pero después se fue. Y
Ya.
no hay señales aún de que haya regresado, pero imagino que es una cuestión de tiempo, ¿no?
¿Y en el Gerés entraron también desde el invernadero, no?
No hay indicios fuertes así de eso. Hay gente que comenta algo, pero como que es una prueba inequívoca porque se ha hecho después, se han recolectado muestras y se ha hecho análisis de DNA y se ha comprobado que era oso. Ese sí es una cosa comprobada. Los otros son posibles observaciones que no están corroboradas, digamos.
Pruebas fidedignas en Portugal, Montesinos, de momento.
Sí, seguro, sí.
Gracias, muchas gracias.
Gracias a ti, gracias.
Muchísimas gracias.
Sí, a ti.
El oso también es otro animal emblemático a nivel de península ibérica. Como bien comentaba también, como comentaba también Javier, a nivel de lo que son indoeuropeos. Junto al Capercaillie, ¿no? Junto al Uruguayo, esa Cantábrica, etcétera. Algún día habrá que hablar de Uruguay. Habrá que hablar de ellos también. Y bueno, muchísimas gracias. Un placer.
A ti, a ti.
A continuación, para cerrar el capítulo del bloque científico, ser cerrado, va a presentar el ámbito de colaboración marina con LifeWatch-ERIC, tanto del ámbito atlántico como ártico, si no me equivoco, ártico, no, only the, well, okay. But you are in, no, ideas for your research between Algarve and Andalusia, applying technology, innovation to study. So, there is something wrong in the agenda, so no problem. This is better because this is the real interest of what is going on, and this is excellent because this is the way that later will pay the way to Pepe, the deputy director. You bet. You are real expert on conventos. I know.
See that improvisation.
And you are the real Ventos expert. Yes, no. This is to foster the consolidation of the cooperation between both University of Huelva and University of Algarve. That's the idea. Okay? As you know, I am an expert in biodiversity as well. Yeah. So what is making?
Otherwise, I can also tell some jokes.
It's up to you, eh? There are 100 people connected. So, Esther, what to do? Okay.
So, I understood that I was invited to speak for no more than 5 minutes, very briefly, about some ideas for applied research between Algarve and
Esther, sorry, could you please be here? So, okay, thank you.
Okay. So, although most of our research interests are about how climate change influence species range shifts and how this influences the probability of genomes recombining in contact zones as different populations with different genetic backgrounds meet and so on. And this involves research in the Arctic and the Antarctic, all around the planet. But here, I understood that it should be based on what research that could be done about the habitats of the Algarve and Andalusia. So I focused on biodiversity and function of underwater habitats, some ideas that could be developed, focusing on marine vegetation habitats, using sediment ancient DNA for inferring ancient baselines. Can I move here? Yeah. Okay, so this is just a list of ideas that could be further developed, that we are developing already. So some hypotheses that could be tested using environmental DNA and water of surface sediments would include understanding how underwater vegetation, marine subtidal vegetation changes the biodiversity of the habitat in terms of its composition, but also in terms of
This one. This is not working. Oh.
It's okay. I can use this.
Okay. Okay.
So changes in biodiversity and whether this effect of the underwater vegetation is different among functional groups. For example, comparing seagrasses, invasive species, we have a lot of invasive macroalgal species, which are a huge problem for our coastlines, for this region of Andalusia and the Algarve. Currently, with a lot of economic impact, for example, in tourism and so on. So the effect of this native vegetation versus invasive vegetation and macroalgal versus seagrasses, and whether different species within each functional group also have different effects, and if it changes with season. So here's just an example of results that we can find this type of approach. For example, here we were comparing the microbiomes, so the microbial biodiversity associated with subtidal marine vegetation in seagrasses, which is represented in blue, versus Caulerpa, an invasive seaweed, which is represented in red. For example, it can be seen that some disease-causing bacteria in the marine habitats were only present in the invasive species habitat in Caulerpa and not in the native seagrasses. So these types of approaches are some ideas that can be studied using environmental DNA. Then another idea is to test hypotheses using transcriptomes, so expressed genes. And this is not to understand differences in composition, but to understand differences in function. So how the underwater vegetation, different composition of species, functional groups, etc., how does this change the actual function of the community, of the ecosystem? And so this would be metatranscriptomics, for example, seeing how the whole community is changing the expression of genes. And so the same questions, but related not to composition, but to function, using expressed genes, using metatranscriptome. So here's just a picture, for example, that's seagrass, just to bring us to the next slide. And here's some ideas, is also to see. So climate change is one of the forcings that is important. And for example, here we're using seagrasses to test how different temperatures, if you experimentally test how much they grow in different temperatures, and then if you see which genes are being expressed, again, can use transcriptomes, RNA-seq, to see not just if they survive or they die or how much they grow, but actually what is at the cellular level, what are the changes. So these are early warning signals by using the transcriptome. So this is more innovative and more technological than just traditional seeing if they survive, if they grow, if they produce the design. So we suggest these types of approaches using experimental climate change induced treatments, also to see, for example, how much they are infected, because the seagrass habitats of our region, Andalusia and Algarve, they have a lot of disease. For example, here's one of those Allophytoptera labyrinthos eukaryotic endophytes, which kill the leaves, for example. And you can see that with experimental temperatures, the percentage of infection changes, and this can also be studied in terms of transcriptome. So something else to study the effect of climate change on marine subtidal habitats would be then I suggest with the company that's been developed by researchers from CBU, producing environmental data loggers for different kinds of sensing different kinds of environmental parameters. For example, this is thermal loggers recording temperatures in a habitat as frequently as you want. For example, it's every hour for a year. So if we map very well our habitats, the thermal effects can be very different at small scales, at micro scales. It's not just the usual satellite data is not sufficient to give us the actual changes that are happening inside our habitats, which suffer heat waves and problems like that, which cannot be predicted by other data. So it's very important that we record and we understand what is happening, to correlate this then with the experimental information that we can do and the expression of cellular stress based on transcriptomes and so on. And then we can also use this type of information to do modeling. For example, this is not for Portugal or Spain, this is for the Banca Argay in Africa. But for example, it's an example of the same kind of approach where, for example, for the National Park of Banca Argay, we're using predictions from the present distribution of the seagrass, predicting what might be the distribution of the seagrass in the future and how it might actually have some drastic reductions, for example, in different scenarios. And support the Paris Agreement, the need for compliance, for example. Another hypothesis that could be tested with sedimentary ancient DNA is to try to understand what were the baseline biodiversity status of the past, because this is all written in the sediments, especially on seagrass habitats. Seagrass habitat is very good for preserving DNA because it's very rich in organic matter, so becomes has low oxygen, and with low oxygen there's less degradation of organic matter, so DNA gets better preserved. So we have found that you can get good, well-preserved DNA and seagrass sediments that allows you to do a lot of interesting inferences of the past. So, for example, questions that can be answered. Have these marine vegetation habitats, for example, like seagrass, have they been in the same site for centuries, for decades? How long have they been there? If they existed in the past and got lost in the present, do we still find the signal in the sediment that they existed? So if we take a core that's like 2 meters long, for example, we might not have any seagrass in the present, but we might find that below a certain depth in the sediment, you start finding the DNA and the organic matter that's typical of seagrass meadow. So we can infer what was the history of the marine vegetation in the past, things that we don't know now. And it's important because we don't have the right baselines. If you want to conserve ecosystems, if you want to restore ecosystems, we are always restoring them without knowing what was the real baseline. We just know what we have seen in our generation time. So this is quite useful to try to understand the past. And also biodiversity, not just the presence or absence of seagrass, but other species present. For example, you can look at threatened species, even locally extinct species, and see in the DNA if it was present in these habitats. So here's an example. For example, here's sediment core. Again, this is because we do a lot of work in Africa, so this is actually, but we have the same thing for Formosa, for example, just right here. And this is for the Banca Argay again in Africa, but it could be the seagrass meadow here in Algarve, and you can see it. And so, for example, these are cores just taken below the seagrass meadows in subtidal seagrasses, in sand without any seagrass, and vegetated marine subtidal habitats, and intertidal habitats. And using DNA, you can see, so you can date these layers, of course, and see what century was this from and what century was this from, and then you can see what was the dominant species. For example, here in the subtidal habitat, we still find Diplodocus, so the seagrass, the subtidal seagrass, present along all these centuries, although on the surface you find the dominance of diatoms. In the sand, without vegetation, you find diatoms as the dominant DNA everywhere. In the intertidal habitat, you find an intertidal seagrass, the most dominant DNA over centuries, but you find also signs of other aspects. For example, you even find that there was a point when there was the presence of crop plants in the sediments, which is very interesting because this is the Sahara Desert and there are no crop plants now, but there were, during these centuries there were crop plants, right? So we found that the sign of historical events that we know that existed is still written in the DNA. You also find, for example, that at a certain point, suddenly you discover some species that were very abundant in some century, for example. This also coincides with a lot of humans living there and eating citrus. So, for example, you can detect the presence of species that were very abundant. For example, here in the Informazo, we have lots of locally extinct species that are not, the species not extinct, but here it was never found again since for at least decades. So we can find how long ago can we still find detect its presence? Lots of elasmobranchs, for example, guitar fish, these kinds of rays and species like that that used to occur here. We can even see how diverse populations were compared with what they are now. Right? Because you can look at, have different markers, and not just the presence absence, but look at the diversity over time. So it's very interesting to study ancient sediment DNA because you have the history of the past written on the sediments. So as a summary, I suggest to study composition based on the environmental DNA, seawater and surface sediments surface in vegetated and vegetative controls and other marine habitats. I'm talking mostly about this type of vegetated and vegetative controls because these are habitats more typical of the eastern Algarve and Andalusia. Because if we went to the western Algarve, we'll be focusing on corals and rocky areas, kelp forests. So this is a different type of habitat that we study a lot, but I thought that was not so common with Andalusia. Also study functions. So using transcriptomics again, then we can ask the same questions, but not just for the effects on composition, but for the effects on function and on cellular gene expression. We can study past baselines, again using the sediment ancient DNA, inferring the past, compare different habitats and how, and having other questions. For example, one of the issues that's being discussed a lot around the world is carbon sequestration by seagrasses, for example, is very important. So one of the main things that are not understood is if you have a very ancient seagrass method, which has been sequestering carbon for like 1,000 years, right? If you dredge to open the channel, like happens here, you remove all the seagrass on the surface. What happens to the seagrass, to all the carbon that's been sequestered over 1,000 years? If you remove the surface seagrass, does it just stay there? Or does it get remobilized and combined with oxygen and goes back into the atmosphere? For example, these kinds of questions are very important, and these are ideal habitats to study. Future predictions. So, like I said, we use different modeling based on artificial intelligence, using the information from experimental tests of abiotic influences and biotic, like the diseases and competitors, and try to predict the future scenarios and how drastic they might be, and what can be done in predict management with management actions. Can they be reversed? This also has implications for marine restoration, which is another type of thing that we are doing. So we have a live project to do seagrass restoration. We are starting more on that one. And for example, with this kind of information that I've just been describing, which is this development of technologies or innovative approaches, you can try to do more larger scale marine habitat restoration and including the best practices for maintaining the genetic origin and the diversity of the source populations, conserving and restoring the local adaptation to biotic factors and diseases and biotic and accounting for biotic interactions. So this can be positive and negative. For example, when you're restoring, is it important to restore the plants with their microbiomes? Is it going to improve the success, the fitness of the plants, or how can you remove the pathogens? Another problem that is common in this area now, we have all these invasive algae that are appearing in some sites. So when we go and use these sites as donor plants to restore somewhere else, are we expanding the distribution of invasive algae? This is a big problem. So we cannot use anymore donors from some places in Andalusia because they are so full of cholera that you cannot try to remove another species because you might be introducing color from somewhere else, for example. So these are problems that we need to address here. Okay, so I just finished there, but since someone was talking about Africa, I just added here this slide just to talk about a program that we have. This is a new project that we started this year, and where we are compiling. So it's called Mar Africa. It's a network across all the countries of Atlantic Africa. These are the partners currently. It also includes Mozambique because they are always our partner. The goal is to compile, integrate, interpret, and disseminate marine biodiversity knowledge, predictions, and planning. So we are compiling the information that exists in here. The objective is to address the problem that there is a lack of information, but it's not just that it doesn't exist. There's a lack of availability of information. So if the authorities of a marine protected area want to use information to address some question, the information exists, but they don't know where to find it, how to use it. It's not available in an easy format. So here we are developing common protocols for availability, for compiling all the information that is in reports of projects that people like Europeans go there and do project and then leave a report and there's no date and they don't have the information and so on. And so we're compiling all this information and providing them a system where they immediately for marine protected areas, for example, this is the Bank Argan, and this is for seaweeds, for example, this kind of information. This is very relevant to link to expand. So for Algarve and Andalusia are just north, are just here, right? So we're just a continuation of Africa. Here we are. And okay, well, these are the partner institutions that are already in this program. That's it. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Muito obrigado. And I got a question for you. You now get experience due to the climate change problem with the basic marine species such as the basic wildlife. Somos acumular among others. There is another one, the eastern side of the Mediterranean, Greece and so on. From your point of view, sincerely, are we experiencing a real crisis on the change of all the seagrass and how this is going to affect the plankton, microplankton, or the food chain, fisheries? Are we now in a threshold, no return point or no?
Is the most invasive species we see here. We have a lot. This one is really having a huge impact. What is to be seen, so there are some cases where invasive species have initial impact, and that's how they can be controlled. And the problem, there was, I wouldn't say adaptation, but what's a new system, and you set a different system and just continue like it's paradox. It's very, very we live with it forever, and so a lot of species just have to cope with it. Blockades now is causing, at least from what I know, it's causing very huge impact, but it's seasonal. It's seasonal, so there's a time of year when it kills everything because either it's overgrowing things or because where it accumulates, everything becomes anoxic underneath with all that biomass degrading and evolving. That's the worst part. It's the accumulation zones. The accumulation zones just create anoxic habitats. And so here we have this a little bit localized. It's the accumulation zones that are particularly massive. And it's all about 20 meters. So, for example, the corals, but most of our corals are mesophytic. They occur from 20 meters to 200 meters. In the live zone, they were never very abundant, but we always live a bit from it. So, the problem is seaweed zone, aquatic zone, more than 20 meters. That's the case for our life transparency. Maybe in the Mediterranean, when water is more transparent, it will be. So, the main problem is really the coastline. Like seagrasses, the native vegetation that also needs light. So this ends all the species that will become, so there's a lot of, for example, bivalves, even areas with sand, where there was no vegetation, it's just accumulating sand, all the bivalves underneath are becoming, disappear when you have so much biomass that it creates all this, different things. ecosystems that we will not. Biodiversity is commercially important. I mean, yeah, so this is a huge problem. We should tackle this one. If there's a solution, it's a problem everywhere, not just one. It's a problem. The Azores and the Canary Islands.
So it's going for more abiotic species, less ocean, let's say. So we're moving almost to the Paleozoic. I don't know. It's not to the.
It's difficult to see a solution. Of course, harvesting all the biomass for some commercial purpose was very valuable to help. It's
For feeding the animals.
It's not cost effective. Normally, it's probably it's like asparagus. It has so much asparagus. This is a really bad invasive species. It's so valuable. There's a lot of people even cultivating asparagus. Why not doing harvesting? It's not profitable. The effort of paying the divers to go and collect it compared with the value, it's not profitable. So we cultivate it at this moment. So this seems maybe can be assessed.
Any question? Thank you very much, because this is a real nightmare. You know what is happening in Spain? The authority or the competence of the coast depends on the central government, but we got the regional government in charge of the environmentalisms. And one and the other are passing through the ball on for the point of view. We know how to proceed, who's got or not the competence, so it's a real nightmare. And now they're looking for LifeWatch as a way, LifeWatch-ERIC, to support this way. And finally, the scientific knowledge is what is going to unify us. And in that sense, thank you very much for your presentation, because it's paving the way. Pass the floor to Joaquín Pepe, José Rodríguez Quintero, Deputy Rector of the University of Huelva, who is a real expert on biodiversity, such as me as well. Such as me as well.
I will make here that it's not the case.
We're trying to follow as fast as we can. We are having fun and learning a lot from all of you.
Thank you very much. First of all, schedule in the scientific blog. Indeed, I'm a scientist that Isabel Campos pointed at the very beginning. My expertise domain is quantum cobalt. So I'm here as deputy, as vice president research of the University of Huelva. And I don't know, because I have a presentation I can show.
Oh, no? Okay.
I have.
What is it?
I don't know. I don't know.
What's the name?
Should be. No. Ask Diego, because.
¿Tú me la pasaste? Diego, ¿tú
well, it's not that important.
No.
The presentation was shown just to show some. Well, I'm here. Well, I told that I can get some jobs.
Just a second.
No, what I was saying is that as a politician, again, because I was a politician, again, this is why I'm here. I become one of the jobs, one of the sections he has been using both in English about giant children. You know, probably that the full Newton's sentence is that we are, was, all giant children. So I am, the dwarf here, the university small one, and in my presentation I had a map. You can imagine the map. With in the western corner of the map is the University of Huelva. Huelva is a small university, but it's well placed. So Huelva is here. There is a point. Yeah, it's here. Well, you know, as a scientist, I know how to do that. So that's okay. And, okay, this is University of Huelva in the southwestern corner of Spain. And so in the southwestern, what I say it's well placed, at least to somehow reach from Spain and Portugal. This is why I'm trying to explain to overview in the 5 minutes I'm given. I will try to short and to fit within the 5 minutes. I will try. And then what I'm saying is that we are indeed cooperating, as those are, cooperating with many. Here they just highlighted the research institutions. Not only that, of course, Teresa mentioned at the very beginning, we also have researchers working on the links, on the very links, very well known. And of course, we are working also in other subjects in biodiversity. Here, I'm going to highlight, emphasize, are all the cooperation projects that we have been developing the last few years, 10 years, with those research institutions, universities and research institutions in Portugal. So you can see here, of course, Universidade do Algarve, Instituto Politécnico Albeia, University of Évora, the other ones that you can read. Okay? So, and we have been doing that and emphasizing, thanks to the European funding coming from this, this program. That is here that's the letters for the Spanish, the program for the cooperation, the cross-border cooperation in Portugal. That's what that means. And with these funds, we have been taking advantage of all those things to develop some projects, and those projects you will see that some of them can fit well within the main purposes of the main goals of what LifeWatch and propose that with the help of LifeWatch, this cooperation can be fostered in such a way that in the future we can keep on getting funds and getting fruitful results. Okay, very good. So let me just describe in a very brief way the project. I put all of them on the PopTech project with special, with particular collaboration with project institutions. You can see here, is some of them. But the first one is clearly aligned with some of the goals that have been previously presented here, because well, it was somehow addressing the sustainable fishery. So we have some groups working on this, and what is fish project, but we have the groups of researchers that can keep on working on this, and I suppose that we can put all together to keep on working on this line. There are other, here you see what this, not all of them have been funded by PopTech, but almost can, and the funds can from the European Union. Here you have another ones. You see also the amount, the total amount for any of the projects, and you can see also the institution here. I emphasize the institutions, University of Algarve, University of Porto, or of course the University of Algarve. Again, marine economy, sustainable marine economy. All those projects somehow the main goal of those projects are in line with biodiversity in one or another. The one again, well, this is a more economical. I think that it's somehow not fitting well, but I mean it's not important perhaps. But this is more related to the creation of spin-offs, to the economical research. But well, again, is somehow related with sustainable economy. Then it's in one or another way related to the biodiversity. I have another here. This one is also, I wanted to emphasize to highlight that one because it's indeed related to the sustainable managing of water resources. In that particular case, in the one you can read, but it's in the low area. And that's also interesting because it's related to culture, because that one was a project addressing more, let's say, efficient growing models. And indeed, you see the supervision of content technology. In those projects, the researchers will be developing some techniques and using some RPAs, remote aircraft, for the analysis and for the implementation of new technologies for the growth. Here, well, that's also here is interesting because well, not exactly in the same direction that sorry. I don't know better with the names. Then we're speaking of microalgae, and we have some groups, some very well-known groups working on microalgae, but more or less the point of view of engineering point of view of the production of new the delivery of the products, but of their experts also in microalgae. This is one of the projects funded by the European Union through the program, in which microalgae is the topic. And the last one, and I wanted to emphasize also this last one because it's about competition with the presentation of Professor Castroviejo. I know the name is okay. And because indeed what we have also, because one of the main faculties in the University of Huelva, it was a very big, the seat of the University of Huelva, is the agroforestry studies in the engineering school. And then there are groups that are working on the prevention of fires and implementing technology for this prevention. So this is about the summary, short summary, and giving it's anything that more or less like and just give you an overview of the sort of ongoing projects, groups that we have in Huelva can develop in line with the main topics for as Kwame told us at the very beginning, Huelva is now the University of Huelva. We're starting sort of a collaboration with ICT-CORE-LIFEWATCH we have the common facilities house because I mean it's important my rector could be here, could hear me. It's important to take care that the facilities house, so the building is ours. I think it's true that we are going to use this building for this new LifeWatch ERIC, and we can collaborate there, and perhaps with the idea of creating a mixed institute, consortium, European consortium of the University of Huelva and other perhaps universities either we can embed those groups and develop these sort of lines and other. And I hope that this it could be symbiotic in the sense that they can also help us for getting more funds, basically European. That's all. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming for inviting me and to make this book, University of Huelva. Thank you. I forgot the joke, but
I would like to congratulate you sincerely for the presentation because you did the homework. This is why we were there. You came here not without empty hands, but no, this is, I know that I'm from my university, I'm very honestly, and I want to show you this relationship. I know that many of these initiatives also is involved in the University of Algarve as well, together and how to work in the way. And as we can advance, this is the signature of this bilateral agreement between the University of Huelva, the owner, forever and ever of those buildings and premises. For sure. This is like a party. You give me the flat and I will put the drinks and the boys and the friends and we'll pay for the drinks. Yeah. So that's more or less. The food, well, other things, from other comments. So, but, and that's a very exciting with this biodiversity research and innovation international center in the principles of and the idea is to establish a twin there as well with in Mertola, Estación Biológica de Mertola, also University of Algarve, or it's not me the one to say whom, but we need better data, sure, the one. So, okay, we need to consolidate as well Algarve and adaptation. So, what's the score or sport, but the south also sees, let's say, well, in the southwest. And we're very excited, and I would like publicly to thank you so much to the rector, to my audience, and in particular you, Professor Rodríguez Quintero, for your full support and giving your trust and credibility in this area. On behalf of us, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. This is the way forward, and we make great things. And as another outstanding example, and I would like to apologize for what from Granada, so there will be another one, our colleagues, brothers from Granada. By the way, we had a very nice relationship because, if I allow them, there is a strong relationship between the University of Huelva and Granada and Portugal on artificial intelligence and the researchers communities. And that's the reason I would like to pass the floor to both Nuria Pistón and Carlos Navarro Nuria Pistol is going to talk about the ecosystem services modeling in mountain systems, and then later, remote sensing in ecology and conservation of mountain systems by Carlos Navarro. The floor is yours. I guess you are there. Are you there? Okay. So if you look at the camera, this looks like a PhD committee, you know. This is nice. Hola, Carlos. It's over to you.
Hola a todos. ¿Qué tal?
You can do it in Spanish, in English, in Portuguese, any Iberian language, by the way. First you. So, Nuria, first you. We cannot hear you.
Yeah. Nuria, we cannot hear you.
We cannot.
We cannot, sorry. No, we can hear you. We don't hear you.
That's because the Air Force. It's always happening the same with automatic with earphones.
Yeah. I don't know why.
Headsets are okay by earphones.
Nuria? Could you speak, please?
In the meantime, maybe we can pass the floor to Carlos.
Yeah, maybe. Nuria, we can't hear you. Maybe we can continue with Carlos and maybe you can check something.
¿Se me oye a mí?
Sí. Sí. Carlos, ¿tú tienes la presentación o...?
Sí, la tengo para compartir.
Perfecto, gracias.
Va a tener que desconectar el audio, me parece, Nuria. ¿Ahora se ve mi pantalla? ¿Si me podrían confirmar?
Sí, Carlos, se ve bien.
Ok, perfecto. My name is Carlos Navarro. I am working for LifeWatch project in Sierra Nevada. I am going to present some examples that the use of remote sensing in ecology and conservation of mountain systems, in which I have been working together with other researchers from the LifeWatch project and the researchers of the University of Granada. I am going to present 3 lines that we have been working on. The first is to evaluate the effect of post-fire management on snow dynamics. The second one is the use of remote sensing for the monitoring of high mountain lakes. And the last is the use of drone flights to estimate the biomass of trees and monitor their growth. The first is evaluate the effect of different post-fire management on snow dynamics. The salvage logging is a typical management of forests after a wildfire. Post-wildfire management have important ecological implications. Post-fire logging of fire-killed tree has been a common practice for decades, mainly because many trees retain much of their economic value. In this sense, we set ourselves the following objective: to assess the effect of salvage logging, partial logging, and non-intervention after a wildfire on the duration of the snow cover. For this study, we work in the Lanjarón area, located in the southeast of Sierra Nevada, which was affected by forest fire of more than 3,000 hectares in September 2006. In this case, we compared the presence and coverage of snow in 3 different treatments located in 2 plots. These treatments were a part of salvage logging, non-intervention, where all killed tree by fire were left uncut, and partial cut, where the trees were cut, leaving all the biomass in situ. We work with complete series of Landsat 5 from Google Engine platform. We consider only the image of the November to May period and only image without clouds to improve comparison between the treatments. We calculate the snow index that is widely used to identify snow. For the comparison, we grouped the years in the pre and post-fire period, and the rest of the previous years were grouped as long-term historical records. After that, we calculate the percentage of occurrence of snow at the pixel levels by periods. And this is the main result of this comparison in this study. In this violin graph, we can see the difference in the percentage of days with snow between the post and pre-fire periods. Each color represents the different treatments, and we can see that the salvage logging present the lowest percentage of snow, and these differences were statistically significant. This indicates that the management of the post-fire management have important ecological implication in the retain of the snow, and the different implication for the humidity and disponibility of water that this can have. The other example of the use of the remote sensing is the use of remote sensing for the monitoring of high mountain lakes. High mountain lakes are among the most threatened ecosystem by global change. Since the 70s, the chlorophyll A content has increased for the high altitude lakes in Sierra Nevada, as many of the lakes are difficult to reach. Being able to monitor chlorophyll A content, use remote sensing, data would be very valuable. We sampled lakes during the ice-free period since 2020 and determined the chlorophyll A concentration in the laboratory. Now we aim to assess the performance of Sentinel-2 and WorldView 3. WorldView 3 for the prediction of chlorophyll A in the Sierra Nevada lakes by exploring the relationship between sample chlorophyll A content and various spectral indices. Furthermore, we are assessing different atmospheric correction methods to see which one gives the best result for our specific situation. And one of the next steps is the use of the artificial intelligence to predict the content of chlorophyll A. And the last example that we am going to that we work with the group is related to the use the drones fly to calculate the biovolumens and compare with biomass field data. In this figure, we can see the relationship between these two variables, and the results are very encouraging and would allow us to provide valuable and cheap tools for monitoring tree growth. So this is the last example. We work together with the rest of package of the LifeWatch project in Granada, collaborate in different topics of the rest of the group.
Thank you very much, Carlos.
Thanks. Okay.
Well,
thanks
for your activity, because Domingo, who appears as co-author, Domingo Alcaraz Seguro, maybe he's listening us. Domingo, are you there? I don't know if he's there. You are doing a great job in collaboration with both the Professor Regino Zamora, Rodriguez, Domingo Alcaraz Segura, and all the team, the overall team. And you're doing very, very, very well at the species of Montes, all the artificial intelligence team from Enrique, both Enrique and Francisco Herrera as well, in Faro Portugal. Later we'll talk about this relationship, this experience. And now I'm gonna just give the floor to Nuria. Nuria, it's up to you. We cannot hear you. I got an idea. If you are sharing if you are in the same office, move to the station of Carlos, down in his place, and try to connect from there. But, earphones are
Juanmi, no se oye lo que estás diciendo.
Porque estaba contando un chiste. Estaba hablando mal de ti, Domingo.
Vale.
Broma. Tenemos un micrófono de ambiente. Mira.
Ahora sí te oigo.
Coño, aquí no ganamos para speakers.
So, hi everybody. So I'm so sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
No. Ué, não está com som. E o sonido, Carlos? ¿Me escuchando? ¿Tú?
Ahí está.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. No. ¿Cómo lo estaba haciendo? Bueno,
Yes, Nuria, we can hear you. Yes.
Hello, Ana.
Sí, ¿no? Aquí.
Sí.
And now, yes, right? No? No.
No.
Okay, I think I can hear you. Can you hear me now? No.
Yes, Nuria. Yes, we can.
Okay. I don't know what happened now with with Carlos' computer. I'm so sorry. Okay, so here, right? Are you? Now it's okay, right? You can see the presentation. So I'm Nuria Piston. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Granada, and I'm going to.
Nuria, we are looking at your run screen, I think, because we are. Yeah.
Sí, you can
switch.
Dile que lo puedes cambiar arriba.
Lo puedes cambiar arriba.
Yeah.
Right. Okay,
perfect.
Good. Thank you.
So I'm going to present you very briefly about the ecosystem services modeling in mountain system, the work that we are doing. And I'm working with this marvelous team. And I would like to stress that we have a strong collaboration with the University of Porto, with Sofia Cardoso and João Honrado. And first, our main objective is to identify several ecosystem services that belongs to different categories: provisioning, regulating, cultural, and then using several methods and tools like GIS, remote sensing, social surveys, artificial intelligence, we will evaluate and map the biophysical aspects of these ecosystem services relevant for the scientific, manager, and public communities of mountain national parks. And finally, we will predict the supply, trade-offs, flows, and demand of ecosystem services as a helping decision-making tool over scenarios of management and environmental change. And for that, we are trying to understand which are the most studied ecosystem services in the Sierra Nevada mountains. And for that, we are doing a literature review of articles and book chapters. And we are now starting to analyze the extracted information. We are also working on understanding the most relevant ecosystem services in several mountain national parks of Spain and Portugal, including Peneda Gerês. And here we are collaborating with Sofia and João, and we are doing these questionnaires on people's perceptions of ecosystem services and factors that affect their availability and enjoyment. And we are distributing the questionnaires, but we already have several responses that we are starting to analyze. And the focus groups are researchers, decision makers and managers, and residents. We are also building a land use change scenarios for the Sierra Nevada mountains. We are doing a Bayesian network model developed based on stakeholders' preferences and expert knowledge, using interviews and workshops to model and project land use changes for multiple drivers spatially. And to do this, we have designed one survey to fulfill each node of this Bayesian network model. And in this example, we ask about the profitability of the plot based on 3 factors: altitude, slope, and accessibility. And this is an example of the network of the model. You can see that there are a part that is more socioeconomic and another one that is more biophysical. And this model, combined with climate change scenarios, will allow to compute future scenarios for all model ecosystem services. We are also studying grazing in the Sierra Nevada mountains. The model computes available metabolic energy for goats and sheep, and the inputs are NDVI, annual precipitation, land cover, and bioclimatic zones. And in this example, in this map, you can see the red color is the higher availability of metabolic energy, while the blue is the lower. We are also studying agricultural production based on available geostatistics data for several crop types correlated with time series of precipitation and temperature. And this is an example of agriculture in the Sierra Nevada mountains. And studying also snow and water provision based on WindMed hydrological model, which is already calibrated for the Sierra Nevada mountains. And that we are predicting total erosion avoided, fluvial erosion avoided also flooding events, and several ecosystem services, all related to snow and water. And finally, we are also studying cultural services with this project EarthCool, also in collaboration with the University of Porto. And the objective here is to predict hotspots for cultural ecosystem services and compare them with remote sensing information to find out which are the most relevant biophysical attributes of those areas in order to predict future hotspots based on climate change scenarios. And we are currently downloading and analyzing social media images in 6 national parks, including Peneda Gerês. And this is the previously mentioned questionnaires that I told you before at the beginning are also meant to validate artificial intelligence results and assess the demand of the cultural ecosystem services. And thank you very much for your attention. Muito, muito obrigada. And I'm so sorry for the mess at the beginning with the microphone.
Never just apologize for the ICT. You can always find an engineer or informatician to blame. No problem.
Yeah.
So, let me say that. Thank you very much. Domingo, Ana Mellado as well. Domingo Alcaraz Segura, Ana Mellado, who is there as well. Thank you very much for your tremendous effort through one of the most successful initiatives in relation to biodiversity and ecosystems. It's the thematic center in Granada, hosted by ISTA. Sorry, I'm missing a lot of acronyms lately. It's supposed me to be an integration engineer. I should manage. ISTA, TEAMA. Okay. TEAMA,
yeah. Yeah.
TEAMA ISTA, there in Granada. So, thank you very much. And now there will be some changes in the program. I will tell you why. Because we are tight on time. They promised to close this meeting in 20 minutes. And because the availability of some people present today, we are going to do the next thing. We are going to move to the technical block, starting by a shared presentation among Pablo Guerrero, Emilio de León, and Jaime Lobo. If I'm not wrong, you have matched what is data capture process, sensor, data loggers, freeware, data lake, metadata portal, innovation improvements, integration service, joining with remote sensing in space and monitoring. Right? Okay?
Right.
So the floor is yours. So came here.
What?
Then where is the camera? There. And immediately after this, Joaquin Lopez, Lerida will show our live log. And with these two final presentations, we will finish by today. Apologize for the direct speaker because of the question. It's not possible to get that. So on Thursday, on quarta-feira, we will just resume joining the science Haifa Calvi in relation to artificial intelligence. Okay, and the innovation block that will be mostly focused on agroecology. Okay, having said that, the floor is yours. Try to be 10 minutes more or less. And
Okay, so thank you. I'm Emilio de León, and I would like to show you our presentation about improving the environment monitoring cycle, remote sensing, and space technology. So in the presentation, we have divided it in 3 parts. We will. Okay. Do you hear me now? Yeah. Okay. So, in the first part of the presentation, we will show you the infrastructure offered by IberLifeWatch-ERIC. Next, we will see the data capture process that we are improving in our systems. And finally, we will speak about the biodiversity, remote sensing, and space technology. So we start with the infrastructure. In the first step, we said, what does IberLifeWatch-ERIC offer? We offer tools, a set of tools for the scientific community to ease the access, process, and authoring of data in the researches. This is made through some of these tools that are, for example, VRE, that are virtual research environments. It's a way of having a lot of tools that you can manage. For example, you can have some sort of databases. You can have the live log, as Joaquin is going to explain that later. We have the workflows. We have the tools that we can mix and then make the research easy to the researchers. Okay? We have the workflows, as I said, and the live log, that is our blockchain system that to ensure the traceability of data and their procedures. All of these tools are supported by IberLifeWatch-ERIC's infrastructure that we are going to see now. this infrastructure, for example, this is the node in Malaga, because
It looks like a heavy metal.
yeah. Here you can see one of our main nodes. We are working on them. Okay. So this node has the computing, storage, and process ability to process all the information collected by all the acquisition units that we have. Okay. This infrastructure is distributed over several computing and storage nodes through all the several nodes. And for us, the availability is a must. We need redundancy in our infrastructure. We need to monitor this infrastructure. It's very important to maintain it up and available for all the research, all the researchers. And it is also important the security. So we have a SOC services, that this is a security operations center, where all of the activity, all the cybersecurity issues are monitored. We have alerts and so forth in case of one threat. So for us, the monitoring is very important. We use standard monitoring tools like you can hear a lot. It allows us to have information about the status of all infrastructure components in real time. This is networking equipment, servers, services. It's essential to obtain the KPI, key performance indicator, and check the SLAs that we have to offer to our clients. This is the researchers, and also to check the SLAs from our provider. This is our provider. We need to check that they are keeping the services up to us, because our service depends on that. And also, these monitoring tools are integrated into our service management system. That is part of our implementation of FITSM. Okay? FITSM is part of our IT industrialization plan for our services provided by IberLifeWatch-ERIC, and it's a lightweight IT service management that this is quite similar to ITIL, it's very common, very known. But it has a main principle that it's keep it simple. So it is quite complex, and FITSM tries to simplify the so and all of this is supported on our specialized IT tools that manage the incident, changes, problems, SLAs, the MDB, and so forth. And of course, our service catalog. That is the main purpose that we need to have. Okay. So with this, I will. Pass the microphone to Michael.
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes, voy a contaros un poquito el proceso de monitorización de estándar que se suele usar en entornos de IoT, porque LifeWatch no solo suministra un entorno virtual de investigación que tiene un montón de herramientas que ya se han explicado para tratar los datos de investigación y dar herramientas para tratar esos datos, sino también trabaja en facilitar todo lo que es la adquisición de datos. Entonces, un proceso estándar de monitorización, tenemos la parte de investigación, que diseña el experimento, se despliega una red, se despliegan servidores de comunicaciones y se recibe la información. Una vez que se recibe la información, tenemos la base de datos y se procesa esa información y se muestra de distintas formas. Lo hemos descrito de una forma muy básica y ahora vamos a intentar describirlo viendo qué parte y quién influye en cada una de esas partes. Tenemos como primera fase el diseño del experimento científico, donde se definen qué variables se van a monitorizar y dónde. La filosofía de IoT es que se monitoricen todas las variables
de forma individual, procesando muy poca información y enviándola en tiempo real. ¿Vale? En esta primera fase se interviene el investigador sobre todo y en todo caso un técnico asesorando en qué sensores debe seleccionar para monitorizar esas variables medioambientales. Llega una segunda fase donde ya es una fase un poco más técnica donde se elige el data logger o el registrador de datos al que se conectan los sensores, procesa la información según un modelo de datos y la envía por el aire o por el medio que sea para que se reciba en tiempo real en el sitio remoto. Una tercera fase, donde es el envío de datos, eso no es automático, aunque se envíen los datos, tenemos que programar servidores que procesen las comunicaciones y hagan la recepción de toda la información. En la cuarta fase es la recepción del dato y la integración. Nosotros apostamos, dentro de LifeWatch, lo contaré después, por FIWARE, que es un estándar para todo el tema de tratamiento de datos de datos de IoT, ¿vale? Y la recepción de datos, igual que en el envío, hay que programar un servidor de comunicaciones distinto que reciba la información, la procese y la adapte al modelo de datos que exista. Para eso llega una cuarta fase donde debemos tener los servidores preparados para recibir esa información en el formato que sea. Un ejemplo podría ser una base de datos Postgres, una base de datos Mongo, etcétera, etcétera, que se estructure según un modelo estandarizado. Finalmente, hay que poner en marcha una serie de infraestructuras que permitan a los usuarios consultar esa información y visualizarla. Esa consulta de la información y visualización normalmente se hace en sistemas locales de cada organismo. Posteriormente, esa información se procesa y se prepara para publicarla en algún repositorio internacional. Eso implica adaptar a las plantillas de dicho repositorio, generar los metadatos y finalmente, después de todo ese proceso, tenemos el dato publicado, por ejemplo, en GBIF. ¿Qué tenemos publicado en GBIF? Tenemos publicado el dataset correspondiente a esa información. ¿De acuerdo? ¿Qué intenta hacer LifeWatch? Pues intenta aunar todos esos procesos en uno, que sea transparente para el investigador. Tenemos la primera parte de diseño del experimento científico, es la misma que en la fase anterior. Tenemos una segunda fase de registro, un formulario de registro donde se registran los metadatos de las variables que se quieren medir. En ese caso, el único que tiene que saber el investigador es con qué sensor quiere monitorizar una variable y qué puerto de comunicaciones usa. No necesita nada más. En una tercera fase, una vez que ha registrado eso, ahora explicaré cómo se produce el registro y qué pasos tiene, la información llega a un data lake. Esa es otra innovación que quiere meter LifeWatch en todo el procesamiento de la información. Un data lake que almacenará información tradicional de todo tipo, por eso se llama data lake, imágenes, secuencias genéticas, datasets de cualquier tipo, todo se podrá consultar simultáneamente. Y en paralelo, un data lake específico para datos provenientes de sensores que va a permitir consultar todos los datos de forma cruzada. Ya no vamos a mirar en un dataset que nos hemos descargado, vamos a mirar todos los datos de los sensores en paralelo. Eso es otro gran avance que hasta ahora en grandes infraestructuras no existe. Por último, ya el dato pasa al repositorio. Como lo hemos registrado, ya están generados metadatos. El dato está registrado y el dato se va actualizando en tiempo real. Es decir, ya tenemos en un repositorio público el dato directamente, en tiempo real. Es cuestión ya de un tema de licencia, si el investigador decide si eso es visible para la comunidad o de momento no. Pero el dato ya lo tiene publicado en un repositorio público con metadatos. El dato cumple todos los principios FAIR, incluso más. ¿Por qué? Porque como nosotros incorporamos al data lake tecnología blockchain, la parte de reutilización del dato lleva asociado todo el histórico. No se puede borrar, ni se puede modificar, ni se puede cambiar de ninguna forma ese histórico de utilización del dato. Directamente, aunque el dato haya entrado hace 5 minutos, ya sabemos quién lo ha producido y si alguien lo lee, queda registrado. ¿Vale? Ahora, el proceso de registro, ¿qué incorpora? Lo único que tenemos que hacer cuando queremos colocar un sensor en campo es saber el sensor y el puerto de comunicación. Dentro de LifeWatch, que ya se presentará más adelante, hemos diseñado dispositivos que permiten, mediante todas las interfaces estándar que hay en el mercado, conectar un sensor y en ese formulario definir los metadatos y automáticamente el sensor se programará en local o en remoto. Es decir, si el sensor lo tenemos en campo, yo puedo mandar a la gente que sea, no tiene por qué ir el especialista, solo tiene que saber enchufar el sensor y automáticamente podemos actualizar la configuración en remoto del datalogger para que cambie su parametrización y inserte los datos. Ahora, ¿qué más cosas hace el sistema? Pues genera toda la parte de comunicación automáticamente, genera todas las variables iguales, genera todo el modelo de datos y integra en la base de datos. Y detecta posibles cambios. Es decir, si yo cojo un sensor y lo cambio de sitio, ya no es la misma secuencia temporal de datos. El sistema lo detecta y automáticamente deja de integrarlo hasta que el investigador que supervisa ese sensor lo vuelva a recalibrar. No pierde información, pero sigue registrándola. ¿De acuerdo? Y cuando se vuelve a corregir la secuencia de metadatos y se generan las nuevas variables, entonces vuelca la información y sigue registrando información. Otro caso que se podría dar es, si me ha roto el sensor, lo cambio por otro. En ese caso, también el sistema para, aunque sí es la misma secuencia temporal, era pareado el sensor y hay que ver si la calibración es la misma, si los parámetros son los mismos, etc. El investigador, cuando da el OK, automáticamente se engancha con la misma secuencia temporal. Siguiente paso, la integración. Todo esto, como ya hemos dicho, va a un data lake con trazabilidad. Cualquier cosa que se haga con esos datos va a quedar registrada. Vamos a poder reutilizarlo. ¿Dónde? En todas las herramientas que hay en las capas de encima. Por ejemplo, en un flow. O para hacer un análisis estadístico o para cualquier cosa. Y finalmente, también se mejora la monitorización. Se sabe en tiempo real el estado de todos los sensores, de todas las medidas. En tiempo real, siempre y cuando haya cobertura. Si perdemos la cobertura, también lo detectamos. Y podemos hacer reprogramaciones en remoto, no solo de sensores, sino también hemos desarrollado el datalogger para que pueda capturar imágenes. O sea que la innovación en este campo es bastante grande. No solo de sensores en el mundo, ¿vale? También está el remote sensing o las imágenes satelitales, por lo tanto un poco por encima.
Okay, thank you. I think I have like a couple of minutes, so I'll try to be quick. Okay, can you pass the next one? There are going to be only 4 slides. This one was already presented by Juanmi. And this is just to say that we are going to use not just sensor on the ground, but we also belong to different groups that are studying biodiversity all over the world in Europe, and especially the Global Earth Observation System of Systems, that also one of those systems are satellites and space technology. So another one. So okay. So here it was mentioned before that the people from Granada, they were using Landsat. Oh, no. Okay, Landsat is on the right, and what can we add to all the things that the researchers are doing? We can simplify things for them. Why? Because, for example, for Copernicus, we know the people that are working in Copernicus. We know the people in EUSPA, in ESA, in Galileo. So, for example, we know that you need data for Sentinel-1, Sentinel-2, but you also need, for tagging, you need all the data from the Galileo constellation on the left. So we know the people. We can simplify things for you. We also are in direct contact with NOSA, the United Nations Office for Outer Space, and that's an important thing because we know them, they know us. So we can simplify things for the researchers if you need additional data. LifeWatch is also being really active in not only in satellites. We started with the first high altitude balloon campaign. We went to Cordoba. It was an stratospheric balloon, It went up to 20 kilometers in altitude, and it captured.
Just for clarification, the people there were not in the balloon.
No. There was a multi-sensor on board the payload. The mission was successful. The only issue was that it didn't land in Andalusia. It landed in a different autonomy region in Castilla-La Mancha, but everything was recovered. And this was the first campaign that was performed with this balloon. The objective of these balloon campaigns is to acquire data in the visual of agriculture research, for example. But more balloon campaigns are going to come. We are also following very closely the developments of the hubs. Hubs are high altitude pseudo-satellites. They are very high altitude drones. For example, they are really lightweight and they use electric energy. They have batteries and solar panels all over the wings. There are two types of these hubs, lighter than air or heavier than air. Right now, they are not really operational. Okay, they are in different phases of development, but what is going to be operational is the stratoport that you see in the middle. That the stratoport has just been started the first construction in Fuerteventura, and we are in direct contact with them. So we are going to collaborate with them in different projects. So we are following the field really closely, and as soon as any of these hubs is operational, we can use it also in our different programs. Okay, and this is I think, at least for me, is the most interesting one, because inside the Smart Food project, we are going to launch the first Andalusian Earth Observation nanosatellite this year in 2023. This nanosatellite, okay, I am only putting in this slide the information that is public, because I cannot tell anything else. But it's going to go to a low Earth orbit. It's a 500 kilometers orbit. It's an Earth observation satellite, but with very high resolution. And the weight of this nanosatellite is going to be around 10 to 15 kilograms. It's going to be launched this year, as I said, so it's going to be operational this year. And the important thing for people that are going to collaborate with us, with IberLifeWatch, is that we are going to be able to task this satellite. If you want to take images over a specific region, you can task the satellite and take those images. You don't have to just wait for the archive of Sentinel. I mean, if you have some interest, you can come to us and we will do as much as possible to have images of that area. And the lifetime of the satellite, it could depend, but it could be around 3 years or a little bit more. And I think I was quick, and that's all from me. Thank you very much.
It's an impressive presentation even for me. This was to do your boss. Thank you very much. We are making history. Great things ahead. In fact, some people from Brussels has attended to your presentation. 2 CEOs, one from IberLifeWatch-ERIC and the other from EMSO, and attended from Brussels. Silently.
Okay. Jorge Lopez, and I am the last one until the dinner and the bus, so I will spend only 5 minutes. But I want to introduce you what is the state of the development that my colleagues has been talking about, LifeBlock and all the semantic environment that we are developing with LifeBlock and the storage infrastructure and everything. Basically, LifeBlock is a blockchain, a specific blockchain developed only for LifeWatch and for all the biodiversity infrastructure. We have already developed them. It's a blockchain based on the Ethereum technology, but it's a proprietary blockchain. And we are going to be introducing some programs, smart contract, and some way of storing the information, all the information that LifeWatch is going to be generated. Why do we need this LifeBlock and the blockchain infrastructure? Basically, to maintain all the FAIR principles that we have been speaking all the evening about. That is the main thing, but there are more reasons, because we will be able to execute distributed applications, to have a distributed architecture, and to have a distributed storage system. And that is also very important for the project, in order to be able to store large amounts of information. So now, from the month of July, we have starting the development. Okay, during 2020 and even 2021, we developed some pilots and some test beds. But from the month of July, we have started the development of LifeBlock, of the semantic environment, and the storage system. And we are almost finishing now the pilot of this project. And in fact, as Juanmi said, we will present it during this month, not next month. This month in Bulgaria, Plovdiv, in the bicycle project. So basically, I can show, you can see here a small part of what the software architecture of LifeWatch is. It's not complete because here we don't have the VREs, part of the remote sensing. There are some things that are missing. But basically, what LifeBlock and all infrastructure does is taking all the data coming from remote sensing firewall that Pablo has been speaking about before, other source of information, and it takes all the information, and it transforms the information using a specific metadata format into a specific kind of blockchain tokens that are called NFT tokens, non-fungible tokens, so that every data set is converted to a token. So every data set that is inserted inside LifeBlock has traceability, in all kind of traceability. It can be replicated, but we will have the traceability of the replication and everything. Okay, and after that, we take all this information and we transform it into RDF format, so that we can implement it in all the biodiversity information semantic search. There are no infrastructure right now, at least in Europe, doing semantic search of information. So this is the first time. And in fact, we already have developed the first test bed of the semantic search and transforming. But we are doing this with all the LifeWatch infrastructure and data, including the metadata catalog of LifeWatch. But at this moment, we are doing this also with GPIF, with LTER, and with Synodo. And in the following months, we will be incorporating other information, other research infrastructures. All the infrastructure that the scientific wants us to include in this. Okay, so this is basically what I have been speaking to you about LifeBlock. And this was the first proof of concept we made in 2021 with the NFT. In fact, we presented it in the hackathon. This was only the first thing. But this is the actual development in September, where we have developed 3 tools: the LifeBlock data tool, the LifeBlock Explorer, and the semantic search engine has been developing, in fact, in October. With the LifeBlock data tool, the scientists are going to have a dashboard where they can have all their data. They can search in other research infrastructure. They can copy or they can import data from the research infrastructure and they can modify it, all with traceability. They can modify it. They can use it in the virtual research environment, etc. Do whatever they want. And even they can generate new data that is associated to their profile. Forever. And in the future, we will be able even to valorize the data and to be able to establish a kind of marketplace of data, or with traceability and with reference to the author, publication, etc. So we have been developing during this month the ontology of the collation and the API, because LifeBlock is going to be an open infrastructure able to connect to the API with any kind of LifeWatch development, and even with external development. They want to use the technology. Okay, this is the functional map with all the sections. It's going to be, not now, but we're implementing an access control without the LifeWatch infrastructure. There is already a data tool with tokens and with everything. This is like a dashboard for the user to have all the data. There is an explorer. This is a very technical thing where you are able to explore all the blockchain inside. You can see the detail of everything you have done. You can see the detail of every transaction, of every time you have writing a data and things like that. There's going to be, I don't know, a live blog help in order to have the information about everything. And we are already developing the API in order to be able to contact with other research infrastructure, to interact, in order to be able to interact with the rest of the software and development of LifeWatch. And in the future, following the LifeWatch policy, we will publish almost everything in the GitHub account. Well, this is the data tool, the Explorer. This is Explorer like Scan, if you know it. This is a blockchain Explorer with the blocks, with the tokens, and with everything. But the most important thing right now is the semantic search and the research infrastructure. During this month, we have developed the first part of the semantic search-oriented development. As I said before, it's the first European infrastructure is using semantic search, and it's working really good. It's like magic. You go and you search. You can set a generic term, and after that you can just start to do a lot of filtering about the information. This is the information already ordered in fact of a first federated search over the 4 research infrastructure we have right now. But it is like magic, believe me. It's incredible. I'm surprised about this because it's very easy to find the information very fast, and you can navigate very fast. And we will navigate even faster when we have the machine and the operational, because now we are with a testnet, using a testnet. And the basic of all the development is that we have developed this from scratch. There are no commercial software that we have used for developing this. This is done from scratch. And we are transforming all the information obtained to the RDF format, preserving the metadata format used by LifeWatch. So we are transforming all to the metadata format of LifeWatch. We are only using the metadata. This is very important because if we don't do that, we have millions of tons of information. The data, if we take data sets from, for example, JB, the data sets are in JB. We point them, we link to them, we transform the metadata in order to be able to look and to do the semantic search and send information. Okay, and at this moment we have integrated JB, filters, Synodo, and the LifeWatch metadata catalog. In the following month, we will be integrating other research infrastructure, and this is more or less what we are doing. We had the beta launch last July, the soft launch last September, and we are in progress to have general availability that will be more or less at the end of this month for the first version of the live blog. And then after that, we will be connecting with other software development of LifeWatch. And this is a part of the API we are developing. In fact, this is an old version of the API because we have 0.2 version already. And our main objective is connected with the sensor data lake, all the remote sensing, with the metadata search engine, relational search engine, and then with all the virtual research environment and workflow that are already developed, other infrastructures. Okay, this is more or less the roadmap, but we think at the end of this year it will be fully operational, the environment. Okay, and that's all. Thank you very much.
Not invented that analyzing these sessions today with this innovation that is making a lot of speak about worldwide.
Yeah.
Even in Melobis, where the Christus was there in Melobis, there in Nantes, everybody is very, very excited and very eager to use this tool.
Yeah.
Iberian Pro. Iberian Pro. Muito obrigado a todos por a sua participação. Durante hoje. A sessão está a continuar a próxima quarta-feira, jueves. Muito obrigado. Estão a falar, vocês também, Faro Cardi and all the innovation block relating mostly to our colleagues. They have confirmed that will be available hopefully as well. Hopefully we will count on the presence, attendance of both Pedro Bella and Lorena Gomez Aparicio, coordinators of IberLifeWatch Spain and IberLifeWatch Portugal. So, having said that, thank you very much again to our Deputy Rector, the Vice President from the University of Huelva, who will be with us. Our big thank as well for the Rector, Maria Antonia, who will meet soon. By the way, Enrique Alonso, who is attending our Council of State, we are going just to coordinate the
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
We will be there in the Chinencho. We are going to just pick the agendas. Vamos a mirar la agenda. No puedo ver la agenda porque tenemos todo, ¿vale? Es importante porque Enrique ha sido un gran valedor y un gran soporte. Nos ha apoyado a muerte casi del tema. Y bueno, ahí está Ana Mellado, Ana, Ricardo, bueno, pues han estado, yo en el momento he visto 23 personas conectadas, se ha conectado Cristo, se ha conectado Juanjo de Iberia, los CEOs de IberLifeWatch y de EMSO, se han conectado durante un momento, ahí está Fran, bueno, se han ido conectando mucha gente en el empresario porque ya la sesión ha ido bastante bien. Hemos retomado lo que es la biodiversidad. Y el jueves se continuamos, el jueves ya sabéis, parte del bloque de innovación, vienen los dos coordinadores de los dos nacionales y se va a hablar de posibilidades de financiación, sobre todo en el contexto de la Euroregión Algarve, Andalucía, Alentejo, donde he recibido la confirmación oficial de las 3 regiones de que están como locos de compartir recursos, que hagamos ideas para movilizar los fondos. Así que oportunidades por una de estas zonas. Luego la región Porto Norte y Galicia, Castilla, León, etcétera, esa región, Pedro Bella, está para las posibilidades. ¿Sí? Son muy obrigado a todos. Boa noite. Nos vamos a manjar ahora mismo. Boa noite hasta quarta-feira. Hasta el jueves. Ahora no, la quinta es jueves. La quinta. La segunda feira es el lunes. La segunda feira es el lunes.